and established to serve military and civilian personnel at Barksdale Air Force Base in Bossier City. While continuing to proudly serve the men and women and their families at Barksdale Air Force Base, they now serve over 1,000 companies, associations, and churches. They're extremely excited about the opportunity to serve all people who live, work, worship, or go to school in Bossier, Caddo, Webster, Grant, Rapides, and Allen parishes by providing financial products and service delivery to enhance their economic well-being, including those of modest means. BSCU was built on that foundation. That foundation is as important today as it was in 1954 and remains to be what differentiates us from other financial institutions. With assets exceeding $2 billion, they are the largest locally owned credit union in Louisiana and now proudly serving the great state of Texas. You can find out more on bfcu.org. We thank so much to Barksdale Federal Credit Union for being the longtime partner to Arklatex Speedway. I want to thank the folks over at Becky's Place in Vivian, Louisiana for coming on board with a sponsorship this season at Arklatex Speedway. We were hoping to have a multi-day event here, but unfortunately Mother Nature got us and got the best of it there. But we're going to encourage you, if you're here for Thursday night practice and you're staying overnight and Friday into Saturday, to go and eat lunch with the good folks over at Becky's Place. Todd Arnold and that gang over at Becky's Place serve some great food, catfish dinners, a lot of great different food, home cooking. And go see Becky's Place over in Vivian, Louisiana. If any of you folks are here tonight and have been there, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. It's a good place, good eating, and we thank them so much for being a partner with Arklatex Speedway in this 2022 season. Also, shout out to Day Motorsports. Day Motorsports has all the parts you need from the front to the back bumper and all parts in between to get you back on track. Day Motorsports has been in business for over 40 years serving racing customers throughout the country. They provide themselves in serving the best customer service in the industry, in addition to being the American racing tire distributor in the South Central United States, including Arizona, Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. Their facility stays stocked full of various products, and they welcome the opportunity to prove their level of service to you. DayMotorsports.com for more. So it looks like they're getting that first heat race of the night. It looks like the factory stock's staged up over here at the top of turn number 3 along the tech shed. Looks like the driver's meeting has concluded. So it won't be long, race fans, and we'll go ahead and get this party started. Delton, my nephew Delton's here the second time he's ever been to Arklatex. Did you see any cool race cars out there you liked, or any ones that you saw particular that you liked?
Yes.
Who?
Um,
A certain number?
91.
91. He likes Big Daddy Joe Duval. Hey, Joe Duval, I don't know where you're at, but my nephew likes your race car. Maybe you got a little T-shirt for him out there. Y'all pass it along to Big Daddy. He's a pretty good guy. I might be able to get you a T-shirt tonight. He's a pretty cool dude. He used to race motocross. Now he races dirt track cars.
Oh,
What'd you like about his car? The color or what?
the color.
Yeah, he's got the old Evil Knievel number 1. He's 91, but the 1 looks like Evil Knievel. You probably don't even know who Evil Knievel is, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Yeah, well, I forget that you are my brother's child, and, you know, he likes to tell you various cool different things. Any other cars that stuck out to you that you liked?
Yes.
Tell me who that is.
I don't know.
I don't know, folks. I tell you what, we'll take it. We'll take it. Just glad you're here. Are you having fun so far?
Yes.
But the party has just begun.
Yes.
That's right, buddy. We thank you so much. That's Delton Clark, folks. He is a superstar in the making. One day he'll go ahead and snatch this thing right here out of my hands, hopefully, and it'll be a good time. And as I always say, folks, I do appreciate your patience in advance here while we get ready to get this party started. And it won't be long. Again, the first factory stock heat race is staged up over there, or getting ready to be staged up. And as soon as we get them all over there in unison, we will roll them onto the racetrack, and I'll give you that lineup here, ladies and gentlemen. I need to see a show of hands. How many racers are sitting in the grandstands tonight, or former racers are here watching the races tonight? I want to see a show of hands. How many former racers are sitting over here in the grandstands tonight, or maybe in the pit area? I want you to raise your hand if you're a former racer in the house tonight. Hey, there he is. Scotty Hustlepeck's in the house. I see Jared Clark's here tonight. I see Shelby Ward's here tonight. Hey, Shelby Ward, how you doing? How you doing? Keep it moving. Alan Clements, he's a hand on the race cars. I couldn't see down here. I did see Greg Garrett as well. Todd Clark, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Keep it moving. I imagine there's quite a few here tonight that keep your hand raised if you wish you were out there sawing on the wheel on one of these race cars. That'd be pretty fun. Jared Clark, I hear you loud and clear. Kind of miss you racing, but you made me nervous at times as well. But I do miss you. I do miss seeing your pair of hands and feet on a steering wheel and some gas pedals and brakes and stuff. Again, if any of you folks any of your folks weren't able to be here tonight, you can tell them to tune in live on Race on Texas and RacingDirt.com tonight. Thanks to Austin Kruger, Trenton Berry, and those guys for the partnership with Race on Texas that's able to provide each and every one of the ARM Series or the USRA American Racer Modified Series events to you live at each and every event that they hold in the 2022 campaign. Michael Jackson with Racing Dirt here tonight. He is undoubtedly one of the best videographers in the business, and we thank him so much always for his top-notch professionalism and everything he handles here at the racetrack each and every time he comes to any track around the Arklatex. Thanks for coming. Give a shout out down here to Mr. Steve Hurt. Mr. Steve Hurt hanging out in the grandstands. Always good to see him in the house. One of the diehards to Mr. Winnigan, Chris Hennigan. He puts all the work in on that car throughout the week. He just comes over here and enjoys the races during the Saturday night. He lets Chris get out there and do the work. Speaking of Hennigans, Heather Hennigan's up here in the booth. Not sure. We just come on over, Heather. I was going to ask you if you still get nervous when Chris races. Come here, tell me. Do you still get nervous when Chris races as long as he's been racing? Now, how long have you and Chris been together?
We've been together 16. We'll be married 15 in May.
Wow. So 16, and that's the car number of the race car. Chris is probably happy to be back racing mods at Arklatex, right? So, yeah. All right. Yeah, you said you still get nervous. You got to tell him. Yeah, you still get nervous. She said yes. All right. Want to thank Jeff Spears of Spears Oil and Gas Consulting coming on board. Just added $500 to win in the modifieds tonight. I want to thank Jeff Spears of Spears Oil and Gas, former driver to the number 44 modified and factory stock car. And Jeff, he's one of the good guys in the sport, and we miss seeing he and Dylan Spears racing nonetheless. But thank you so much, Jeff, and always for everything you've always done for racing around the Arklatex. Miss seeing you behind the wheel, but we thank you so much for coming on board and putting up that $500, my friend. Just got a message from Kelly Lockie. He and TJ are in the house tonight. I'm assuming he's talking about TJ Evans are in the house tonight. Do not have race cars on hand, but they would probably be a pretty top-notch steering wheel holder if anybody had a hot rod that they could pilot, and they would take full advantage of that. I want to thank the folks at Star One Roofing. They're the proud presenter of Heat Race number 1 for the ARM Series USRA Modifieds. Star One Roofing Construction are reputable storm restoration experts specializing in hail damage. Locally owned and operated, Star One Roofing and Construction specializes in full roof replacement so their customers know they can rely on them to provide expert assistance. TNT Auto Parts, the presenting sponsor of Heat Race number 2 for the USRA American Racer Modified Series. TNT Auto Parts has over 1,000 vehicles in stock that you can go and pick the part you need and get it for a small fraction of the price going to part stores. TNT Auto Parts, presenting Heat Race sponsor of the USRA American Racer Modified Series and Heat Race number 2. Texas Locomotive Solutions, presenting Heat Race sponsor number 3. Texas Locomotive Solutions is a mobile locomotive repair company that is family owned and operated. Since their founding in 2014, they have grown to cover the entire state of Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Louisiana, Arkansas, and southern Kansas. Texas Locomotive Solutions, presenting Heat Race sponsor, or Heat Race number 3. Army Contractors, the presenting Heat Race sponsor, Heat Race number 5. Army Contractors has become a leader in the industrial market by providing high-quality products and solutions nationwide. Through innovative technology, all designs and projects are built with special considerations to maintenance, operations, sanitation, and safety. Army Contractors. You can find out more at armycontractors.com. Midwest Wrap Company, presenting Heat Race sponsor, Heat Race number 6, based in Wichita, Kansas. Midwest Wrap Company offers quality graphic design, including full automotive wraps and install signs, stickers, banners, business cards, and so much more. I want to thank all the other great series sponsors as well. Summit Racing Equipment, Massilley Valley Transportation, MSD, RacingDirt.com, SNS Fishing and Rental. And, of course, the title sponsor, the official tire of the USRA American Racer. So again, folks, I understand we've been sitting here for a brief period of time, and I want to see racing just as bad as you folks, and I do. I know I say I thank you for your patience in advance. This isn't our first rodeo at the racetrack. It's just taking a few extra minutes. This is the very first race of the year. We didn't get to have a practice Thursday. We didn't race last night, so we kind of compacted everything into this Saturday night special, and we thank y'all so much for being here. But I just got word from Miss Jill Shannon. They're still in a driver's meeting over there. First race of the year. They got to lay down the law. So I imagine they're still in court over there at the top of turn number 3. But as soon as that concludes, we will get right into racing action. And y'all know how we do business here at Arklatex Speedway. Once we get rolling, hey, the fun don't stop, baby. So we're going to be getting ready to roll here very shortly. Thank y'all so much. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much again for choosing Arclitect Speedway tonight as your official racing destination with the USRA American Racer Modified Series to kick off the 2022 season opener here in Vivian, Louisiana. We thank you so much for being here. It's going to be a barn burner tonight, baby. We're ready to rock and roll with 33 USRA Limited Modifieds, 32 USRA Factory Stocks, a nice field of Pro Mods, and a nice field of front-wheel drive 4-cylinders. I'm Zach Clark with RaceOnTexas.com, via RacingDirt.com as well. You can watch it from the comfort of your own home. We thank all of you folks that are tuned in live tonight watching as well. But we thank you folks that are here hanging out with us at the racetrack to get the full effect. We can ask you folks to go ahead and please rise to your feet so we can go to the Lord in prayer. So we can go to the Lord in prayer here with Miss Selena Elmore from Chatham, Louisiana. First time ever to Arclitect Speedway, my good friend. She scored for us at the Rev, Super B. You can find her over there. First time here. And Selena's going to lead us to the Lord in prayer.
All right, if you will, bow your heads. Lord, I want to thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to come here and race at Arclitect Speedway. Tonight, I want to pray a hedge of protection over each one of our drivers, fans, and staff members tonight. I want to pray for safe travels for everyone as they travel back home tonight and tomorrow, Lord. And just thank you for this day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing for tonight's singing of the national anthem by Miss Shayla Bowes by way of Marshall, Texas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glared, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
How about a hand one more time, folks, from Miss Shayla Bowes out of Marshall, Texas, kicking us off tonight. And we thank each and every one of you great race fans for being here for the 55th time. It's going to be a good one tonight here at Arclitect Speedway. And we're excited. Everybody do me a favor and wave up to the flag stand and say, hello, Wyatt. Little easy one, Wyatt Williams, the judge, jury, and executioner tonight up in the O'Reilly Auto Parts flag stand. This young man's been out here trolling the flag since he was, what, 9 years old? Yeah, he'd been getting a lesson or two. And I have his sister Brittany looking over us tonight as well. As, boy, I tell you, Wyatt's he's a good young man. We're happy to have him up in the flag stand here for his first full season up there without having the tutelage of Kenny Crawford or Mr. Gary Lipscomb or anybody. He can handle the full load, and we're excited to see what he can do for us here. The order of events tonight, race fans, factory stocks will come out first, getting ready to roll onto the racetrack here in just a matter of moments. Factory stocks followed by the USRA American Racer Modified Series. USRA Limited Modifieds will run third, followed by the front-wheel drive 4-cylinders, and then the Pro Mods. So the first USRA factory stock heat's getting ready to roll over the top of turn number 4 here in just a moment. And here's how the first USRA factory stock heat race will line up. On the pole tonight out of Ruston, Louisiana, in the 24/7 car, the 2020 Chatham Raceway track champion, or Super B Speedway track champion. It'll be Mike Hurst in 24/7. Outside out of Vivian, Louisiana, for some hometown cook of the night, piloting car number 9 seed, that'll be Cole Cook. And inside of row number 2 of the first USRA factory stock heat of the night, it'll be Larry Laxton in car number 9X. Outside of Laxton in car number 38, the 4-time 67 Speedway Factory Stock Track Champion of the Texarkana, Texas, and the Roto-Rooter Sponsored Central Heating and Air number 38 Outlaw Chassis with the best engine power plant underneath the hood for mighty Mike Wells in 38. Inside of row number 3, starting 5th on the field, a winner at the Revolution Park in Monroe last season out of Jonesboro, Louisiana, car number C7 in the Ford-powered entry, Vic Case in C7. Outside of Vic Case, the third-generation racer out of Houghton, Louisiana, the son of Charlie, it's Devin Crudoff. Devin Crudoff in D27. Inside of the 4th row in car number 10 out of Shreveport, it'll be Mike Brunker. And outside of the 4th row, starting 8th, the youngster of Toby Davis, 14 years old out of Odessa, Louisiana, Toby Davis in the Billy's AC. Marshall Luminato, number 21D of Toby Davis. Racing Roy, 14 years old, and that hand-lettered or hand-painted number 35, 14-year-old out of Red Lake, Texas, Racing Roy, and car number 35. Here we go, race fans. First race of the 2022 racing season. How about some USRA factory stocks to get it kicked off tonight? Mike Hurst on the front row, the Ruston, Louisiana native, and Cole Cook as the green flies by Wyatt Williams, and we're underway for 2022 at Arklatex. The hustle and grind will roll off into one for the first time of the season. 3 wide, maybe going 4 wide. Thought better of it on the top ropes of the racetrack as one coming around to the bottom of turn number 2. It's car number 10 of Mike Brunker, who's going to send us early to the caution flag here tonight. It'll be a complete original restart. It's not the way we were hoping to get the first heat race kicked off tonight. We go quickly to the yellow flag with the number 10 of Mike Brunker out of Shreveport. Losing the handle, sets up a donut shop at the bottom of turn number 2. We'll re-rack them and stack them and turn them loose once more here. So re-racked and stacked original restart here at Arklatex for your USRA factory stock action. Happy to have the USRA banner on board this season. United States Racing Association sanctioning racing at a lot of tracks across the great state of Texas, Louisiana, and beyond, and gives these guys an opportunity to race for national points this year. It'll be up to Mike Hurst to light the candles and get this party restarted and to put his foot through the firewall once more off of turn number 4. And the green flag waves off of 4. They'll hustle down into 1, going 3 wide. Look out, Mike Wells. Got a little bit of contact, a little bit of right side romance there. Down the back straightaway, Vic Case picks 3 of their pockets. The Walmart special for Vic Case in that Ford power number C7 quickly rolls and executes his way and goes to second. So Vic Case rolling to second. He'll set his sights on the number 24-7 of Michael Hurst. So Hurst out front, dirty dancing on the competition into turns 3 and off of 4 this time. A pair of Northeast Louisiana racers. They hustle off of 4 down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Case looking a little bit quicker right now, passing the eyeball test. We do have the West Hold live timing and scoring, but not having mine populate just yet as Toby Davis just picked the pocket of 2 of them, got around Crudoff, goes to 4th. So passing points tonight, top 12 from the heats transferred to the A. So halfway into this one, the other half to go yet. 4 and in 4 laps to go as they hustle off the exit of 2 and down the back straightaway. Vic Case has his crosshairs dialed up on the race lead. Here comes Vic Case for the top spot. Hurst rolls off the exit of 4 a little bit smoother and cleanly than your driver in second of Jonesboro, Louisiana's Vic Case. Mike Wells rolled up to 3rd, separated himself by a nice margin over 4th of Jeremy Laxton. 5th is the Billy's AC 21D of the 14-year-old Toby Davis. Here comes Vic Case with 2 laps to go. Hustling down the boulevard back into 1. Tick-tock, the race clock goes. Case smells blood in the water. He's on the back door now. He's about to roll right through the lane as if Chick-fil-A was open on Sunday, folks. He's found the lane right now. Off of turn 4, the white flag waves. Here comes Vic Case for the top spot. Motoring that forward power down into 1. Will Hurst slip up and give him something to chew on? He won't throw him a bone off the exit of 2. Let's see what happens in the 3 with lap traffic out in front. Look out, Racing Roy loops it right in front of your leaders. Oh my goodness, and that is not the way Vic Case wanted his heat race performance to end. And that was a hard hit. Lord. Fireworks coming to the checkers and fireworks post checkers with Davis and Laxton, as Vic Case very well may have found the stick that he was looking for to get a run on the inside of Mike Hurst and dethrone him coming to the checkers. But unfortunately, the young 14-year-old Racing Roy lost the handle right in front of your pair of race leaders. And Vic Case, nowhere to go, clobbers the inside of the number 35 of Racing Roy, and that's a good-built race car. But absolutely destroyed the right front of the C7 of Vic Case, who put on a valiant effort there, but he'll come up lame for it, unfortunately, and not have the results he was looking for. Still limped the C7 across the checkered flag. But boy, not the second or first place spot he was hoping for, as your heat race number 1 winner goes to Rustin Louisiana racer in car number 24-7 of Mike Hurst. Whew. That got wild there, folks. As heat race number 2 for the USRA factory stocks rolling on, we're at the top of 4 and on the pole. It was scheduled to be the number 10X of racing Jason Ingalls. Jason Ingalls was scheduled to be on the pole in car number 10X. I don't see him out there. Outside is Austin Turner in 15. He's out of Ashdown, Arkansas. Inside of row number 2 in the 9J and out of Harleton, Texas, Nathan DeLoe. Outside 32L, the Arklatex Animal Clinic machine. 32L out of Nash, Texas is Luke Wheat. Inside of 3, the C8 car from Sorrento, Louisiana is Jeremy Crumpler. Outside, David Fosbury out of Shreveport, Louisiana in the 00 car. Inside of 4, the 88M J&M Sandblasting Outlaw Racing chassis of Colfax, Louisiana's Joshua Martin. A pair of Martins on the final row, no relation there. To Wascom, Texas racer in car number 68, former Boot Hill Speedway 2014 track champion at the Hill, James Martin out of Wascom in 68. So Jason Ingalls not going to make the call in heat race number 2. Is scheduled to be your pole sitter to the number 10X car. So Ingalls not making the call. Not sure if something went awry in the car in the pit area, but clearly not making the call here. So we'll rack them and stack them. We'll go green this time. Wyatt Williams with the green flag in hand over heat race number 2. Top 12 in passing points tonight to the A main. Outside pole sitter spinning the tires there of Turner. And he's getting all kind of business from Luke Wheat. A little bit of contact from the 00 of Vosbury as well on the inside as they roll off into 1 and 2. As Martin gets a good start, quickly shuffles his way to second. As they roll into 3 and 4, Martin going to use the middle lane of the Arklatex Speedway. We'll see if it works to his advantage as the 9J leads lap number 1, Nathan DeLoe. Nathan DeLoe leads, but for how long? Because here comes Colfax, Louisiana's Joshua Martin. Martin of the J&M Sandblasting Best Engine Outlaw chassis number 88M. Martin, the winner last Saturday at Cleveland, Texas at 105 Raceway. Unfortunately, comes back a little bit too much Scotch on his tires, and he was honest about it on Facebook. Got the DQ, ate at Dairy Queen on Sunday afternoon. That's Blue Ridge Martin for you there in car 88M. And he's got the crosshairs dialed up on the race lead. Down into turns 1 and 2. Here comes Josh Martin for the top spot. Works his way, crosshairs are dialed, not able to pick the pocket. DeLoe has stepped his game up in the offseason, and a little bit of a shot in the shorts there into turn number 3. DeLoe holding steady, holding strong. 4 in and 4 laps to go of your second USRA factory stock heat of the night. Martin working the wheel and working it well into turn number 1. DeLoe flanked to the outside now. Martin's about to find some stick and dig he's been longing for. Down the back straightaway, Vosbury's rolled his way to 3rd in 00. The best battle for the top spot. Door for the race lead through 3 and 4, and Josh Martin takes the race lead with 3 laps to go. 88M in this one from inside of row number 4, started 7th. He'll take the race lead, but not before a fight comes out of the number 9J of Nathan DeLoe for the top spot. 2 sticks, 2 laps to go this time by. Josh Martin trying to check out now, as Fosbury is on a roll to the front. Vosbury just wishes this baby had 5 more laps because he may be the fastest car on the racetrack right now. As the young 17-year-old out of Shreveport in 00, that affordable cleaning team entry, is rocking and rolling around the Arclitect Speedway tonight as the white flag waves for Josh Martin this time. As they exit corner number 2 for the final time, again, the top 12 in passing points tonight. Not necessarily where these guys finish, but about how many cars they pass to get to where they finish. He'll get a basket full of passing points tonight. How you doing? Keep it moving. Josh Martin takes the win in heat race number 2. Nathan DeLoe snacks second in a great effort there. And David Fosbury third in 00. Good effort there for the 32L of Luke Wheat, the Arclitect's Animal Clinic number 32L out of Nash, Texas. Luke Wheat's fourth. From 6th to 3rd, he may have the quickest car on the racetrack there in the waning stages. The Affordable Cleaning Team sponsored Hitman Designs 00 of David Fosbury at a Shreveport in 00. Great run there for third, starting Nathan DeLoe. Jumped out front early to the race lead and could not hold off 7th starting Joshua Martin out of Colfax, Louisiana. And the Outlaw Chassis J&N sandblasting number 80 win, Joshua Martin, your winner of heat race number 2. Heat 3 for the USRA Factory Stocks, rolling out on the pole in car number 6X. Just won this car in a raffle from Dylan Adams last month. And the X car, it's going to be Stephen Harris out of Greenwood, Louisiana. Outside in car number 34, the youngster out of Texarkana is Andy Taylor. Andy Taylor in 34. That's Chris Taylor's son. Inside of row number 2 out of Minden, Louisiana, the Hunter's Body Shop number 65. That'll be Michael Turner out of Minden in 65. Been racing wing mods and been sitting out of the sidelines from behind the wheel of Factory Stocks the last couple of years. But former Sabine Motor Speedway track champion Dakota Wyatt out of Provençal, Louisiana in car number 15X. He's in the O'Reilly Auto Parts number 15X. And inside of 3 at a Hunter's Body Shop number 35S, it's JT Turner out of Minden, Louisiana. It's Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain and the Soapy King Genuine RV Panel Trust sponsor number 70 out of Jacksonville, Texas. Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain, former top 5 finisher and the 10,000 to win King of Boot Hill. And the fourth and final row to the inside out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the WW Timber Hitman Designs Triple X Rocket with a WCH power plant underneath the hood of the Dominator Racing chassis. Sean Graham, trouble out of Shreveport and Triple X. And this is a tough field right here, folks. Lots of good cars thrown into heat race number 3. And the number 21, the promoter of the Sabine Motor Speedway. Go see Bubba Jones and Daniel Jones on Friday nights down at Sabine Speedway. But Bubba Jones out of Manny, Louisiana. And the LCC Trucking number 21, Outlaw Racing chassis, best engine underneath the hood for Bubba Jones. So we had an extra one on the racetrack here. So a late entry, the ID7 of Thompson here, 107 rather, ID7. The 107 of Thompson is asked to leave the racetrack. Clearly not in the lineup here for heat race number 3 for the USRA Factory Stocks. Jared, y'all need to get a Verizon tower out here. This cell service ain't working for me. Delton, who you think is going to win this race?
Triple X.
All right, my nephew Delton thinks Triple X Rocket of Sean Graham's going to win this heat race. He's going to win it from inside of row number 4. Lights are out. We're underway off of 4. Bubba Jones going to be one tough customer. One here from the 12th starting spot last season. One strolling and rolling through the infield on the start down into 1. Here comes Dakota Wyatt looking to go 3 wide momentarily. He does. Here comes Bubba Jones in 21. Sean Graham right there on his tail as they roll into turn number 3. Jones going to go to the outside of the number 34 of Andy Taylor. Andy Taylor trying to hold on. He's holding up a log jam. And Pork Chop, boy, they're 4 wide into turns 1 and 2. 3 wide now, 3 heavyweights. Jones on the top shelf of the racetrack. Went higher than Willie Nelson on a cross-country tour with Snoop Dogg riding shotgun that time. As Dakota Wyatt pressuring the X car, Stephen Harris leading the first couple of laps here in the X. Down into turns 1 and 2, Dakota Wyatt won a heat race on the 8th starting spot of the 2018 running of the Factory Stock 50 here, and sat on the front row with Scotty Case here for the Factory Stock 50. Had lots of passing points that year when Whitehead brought the Factory 50 here for the first time ever. And that race, of course, this year, now renamed the Mike Parker Memorial, will be taking place here, I believe, July 15th and 16th. As right now, here comes Graham hustling for the race lead. Here comes Trouble. As Trouble finds Trouble, opens up the door for 70 of Pork Chop. Kenneth Chamberlain as Dakota Wyatt. Then not leave the door open for the taking for Triple X of Graham. He's hustled his way from the inside of row 4, 7th, working on 3rd. Now a chop as Pork Chop throws him on the grill in turn number 1. As Pork Chop Chamberlain going to be racing with us quite often here at Arklatex in the 2022 campaign. As the USRA Factory Stocks right now underneath Grandma's Quilt in heat race number 3. This is what you want, what you pay your hard-earned money to see. Anybody's guess who's going to win this race? The unexpected Stephen Harris out front holding off a field of heavyweights in this one. Just won that car from Dylan Adams. Dylan Adams showed that it's a hot rod, but here comes Sean Graham and Triple X. Graham hustling right around the hub. Will my nephew Delton be correct in picking the winner of this one? He's looking pretty strong with it right now. The 18th annual O'Reilly Auto Parts Cajun Classic winner, Sean Graham and Triple X down the back straightaway. 1.5 laps to go now. Hello, Stephen Harris. How you doing? Keep it moving. Off of turn number 4 to the inside for the race lead. Not yet able to crack the whip. Graham leaning on it. Down into 1. Harris gives him the lane. Graham sits down, takes him a seat. Hello and goodbye to you. And from inside of row number 4, from 7th to the win. Off of 4, the Hitman Designs Triple X Rugged. Sean Graham shows up and shows out in heat race number 3. Not a bad pick there. That was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, Notre Dame Jr. right here to my left. Well, folks, and it wasn't just a homer move. My nephew Sean, my nephew Delton, I asked him who was going to win this race. He said the Triple X, and boy, he wasn't lying to us, was he, ladies and gentlemen? As Sean Graham puts on a display there, ladies and gentlemen, trying to get some hometown cooking tonight. Shreveport, Louisiana racer, the 2020 O'Reilly Auto Parts Cajun Classic winner out of Shreveport. Sean Graham, your heat race number 3 winner for the USRA Factory Stocks. And he's got himself some passing points, tying Josh Martin from 7th to the win for both Martin and Graham. A good race. Stephen Harris held steady, came home in the 2nd spot. Good run there for Pork Chop and Bubba Jones. 4th and final USRA Factory Stock heat race rolls out on the racetrack, and piloting car number 5 tonight in the Texarkana, Texas, former 67 Speedway track champion, the hired gun of Cole Ogden's machine tonight. It's Brandon Brown in car number 5. It's Starvin Gary Harvin in car number 25 out of Falk, Arkansas, 2-time winner at 67 last season. Inside of row number 2 from Marshall, Texas, J27 is Scotty Case in the Battle Wagon race cars. Outside of the 00, it'll be Royce Jones from Troop. Stoney Dubois in 1. Connor Mewborn from Texarkana, the 17-year-old in 36. Matt Whitehead in 14. And Neil Kemp, keep your eyes on Steel Neil. He is off to a quick start in the 2022 season. Neil Kemp in Club 20. Down the back straightaway, door to door for 2nd. Here comes Case working the wheel, working it well right around the hub of the racetrack. Off of 4, he comes for the top spot. Brown washes up the racetrack, and Case leads lap number 1 in J27. Scotty making a case for it. Off the exit of 2, Brown trying to give him hell for it. Off the exit of 2, they're 3 wide for 4th, 5th, and 6th. You need to borrow a set of eyeballs from somebody. Great racing going on all over the Arklatex Speedway right now. Working down the front boulevard back into turn number 1. Gary Harvin. Off the exit of 2, down the back straightaway. Brandon Brown Pavels holds on to 2nd for the time being. Case starting to separate himself at the flag stand as Brandon Brown holds off the number 28 car into turn number 1. I think that might be actually Justin Sill wasn't on the lineup, but here comes Steel Neil, Club 20 and Neil Kemp. Winner at Boot Hill on opening night, and the winner last Saturday night as well. Off the exit of 2, down the back straightaway, Neil Kemp working the wheel to the back bumper in the 4th now from the final row, from worst to 4th. Kemp feeling it tonight. And the team, Smallwood Real Max Realty, sponsored Club 20 suspension, Outlaw Best Engines number 120. He's got the Don Wildy Racecraft entry rolling well, but boy, slid up in that. He got up in the fluff that time and lost a lot of steam. 2 laps to go this time for Scotty Case. Case is gone. We'll worry about him as the battle right here, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's a good one. Here comes the Herald Transmissions, Hadaway Towing number 36, the 17-year-old Connor Mewborn. And the caution flag comes out in this one. So caution comes out, I believe, off the exit of 2. Had one go over there, didn't catch it. So this should get interesting on the restart. As we like to say, the cream rises to the top here, folks. From worst up to 4th, still nil. Neil Kemp, your 2020 $10,000 winner, the King of the Hill at Boot Hill Speedway in Greenwood. He's got his team Smallwood Real Max Realty, Don Wildy Racecraft, Best Engine Outlaw Chassis number Club 20 rolling up to 4th, and he's won 2 consecutive times out in that entry to kick off the season. Won at the Rev last Sunday afternoon and won at Boot Hill on their opening night. 17-year-old Connor Mewborn's up to 5th and 36. Hustling into one on the restart. Here comes Brandon Brown. Here comes Neil Kemp. And Brandon Brown has started to feel himself and found his niche behind the wheel of the 5-0. That car owned by Hooks, Texas, and Mod Police Officer Cole Ogden has got a pretty good steady hand behind the wheel of the 5-0 tonight. White flag waves this time. Here comes Kemp, working the wheel around the hub of the racetrack, sliding up off the exit. 5-0 holds him off final time down the back straightaway. And the driver of the Battle Wagon race cars, number J27, Scotty Case from Marshall, wins your 4th and final USRA factory stock heat of the night. So your unofficial top 3 in the Team Smallwood Real Max Realty, Don Wildy Racecraft Club 20 suspension, Best Engines Outlaw Chassis number Club 20 of Neil Kemp, finishing 3rd in this one, 8th to 3rd for Neil Kemp. 2nd for the 5-0, the hired gun for Cole Ogden tonight out of Texarkana, Texas, former 67 track champ Brandon Brown. And taking the win from 3rd to the win out of Marshall, Texas, the Battle Wagon race cars, number J27 of Scotty Case, your winner of heat race number 4. USRA modified action to you. United States Racing Association American Racer Modified Series ready to bear arms. Day Motorsports has been in business for over 40 years, serving customers throughout the country. They provide themselves and offering the best customer service in the industry, in addition to being American Racers tire distributor in the South Central United States. As Star Roofing Heat Race number 1 rolls onto the racetrack, Star Roofing Heat Race number 1 will final the pull out of Denham Springs, Louisiana, of Tommy Cannon in the 718. Outside from McKinney in 66X, that's Mike Dillard. Inside of row number 2 from McAllen, Texas, in car number 34, it's Michael Walker. Kenny Gaddis in car number 2G out of Diana, Texas. Inside of 3 from Salina, Oklahoma, the 712 is Trevor Hughes. Outside, Wayne Hart Jr. from Carthage in 18J. Richie Ginn from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, car number 211. Outside, Stephen Gaddis from Henderson. AJ Vasquez from Golden City, Michigan, and car number 88R of Mississippi. And Troy Martin as they hustle into one for the first time tonight. USRA American Racer Modified Series with 40 entries in the pits tonight here at the land of the 3 wide. As they hustle and exit their way off of 4 right now, McKinney, Texas racer Mike McKinney. Mike McKinney. Not Mike McKinney. It's not the 96 tonight, baby. Off the exit of 2, it's Mike Dillard with the race lead. Mike Dillard out front, minding his own business early in this one as Tommy Cannon holding on to second. Cannon with a nice top 5 run at the Rev last season with the USRA American Racer mods. As Kenny Gaddis rolling the top shelf of the Arclitect Speedway. Kenny G has won his share of main events in the open wheel modified ranks at Arclitect over the years. This track course opened back in 03. Cannon with a bobble that time off before opens up the door for Gaddis and trying to pick up his slack here. As the battle's shaping up here for the 4th spot as well. As Gaddis with the crosshairs down to the back of the number 718 for second. Waiting for another bobble from the South Louisiana racer Tommy Cannon. Kenny Gaddis throws him another bone down here to 1 and 2. As it looks like Cannon's starting to find his niche around the racetrack, and he very well may be reeling in the 66X for your race leader. Mike Dillard right now trying to mind his own business, but second and third are coming on quick, fast, and in a hurry. Passing point system will be utilized tonight, not necessarily where these guys finish, about how many cars they pass to get to where they finish. Into turn number 3. It's already 2 laps to go as they hustle off the boulevard down into turn number 1. Here comes Cannon for the race lead. Cannon with their crosshairs dialed up on the rear spoiler of 66X of McKinney, Texas racer Mike Dillard. Dillard may feel the pressure. Here comes Cannon, working the bottom side of the middle lane of the racetrack, slides up off of exit, the white flag waves. Can he pull a rabbit out of the proverbial hat here? Cannon to the inside for the race lead. Not enough stick that time. Dillard says it's time to go. Into 3 and 4 for the final time. Here comes Cannon for the race lead. It won't be enough. Mike Dillard, your winner of Star Roofing Heat Race number 1. Well, folks, that was over quick, fast, and in a hurry. Good run there. The top 3 cars separating for the field there. The 2G Adiana Texas racer Kenny Gaddis will snag third. Of course, they're all going by the passing point system tonight as well, race fan. Not necessarily where they finish. It's about how many cars they pass to get to where they finish. Tommy Cannon relinquished the pole position, and that's not what you want to do when you're running passing points, but nearly got back and fired the trigger on your race winner, Mike Dillard out of McKinney, Texas. But Mike Dillard, your winner in 66X. TNT Auto Parts has over 1,000 vehicles in stock that you can go and pick the parts you need and get it for a small fraction of the price that's going in part stores. TNT Auto Parts, heat race number 2 on the pole. It'll line up like this out of Longview, Texas. USMTS modified winner and Corpus Christi at the South Texas Speedway a couple of years ago, or the start of last season out of Longview, Texas. Racing Jason Ingalls and the 1-3 Designs. RKT operating number 12, racing Jason and 12 on the pole. Outside of the front row out of Falk, Arkansas, the 24W Charlie Williams painting Pro 1 transmissions. Number 24, it's Mason Williams. Mason Williams in 24 dub. Inside of row number 2 out of Avenger, Texas, the 18B, that'll be Joel Bonnet. And outside the Bedford Bullet out of Wascom, Texas, the 48 is Taylor Ratliff. Inside of row number 3 from Lubbock, Texas, in the 7X is Chris Dawson. And outside is Jeremy Lacoe. He's out of Lincoln, Arkansas, in 75J. Inside of the 4th row in the 4W out of Fayetteville, Arkansas, it's Tyler Wolf in the Army Contractors MB Custom number 4W. And Dakota Dale out of Valley Center, Texas, in car number 37D starts 8th on the field. Again, Dakota Dale out of Valley Center, Kansas, in 37D. And the 5th and final row to the inside of the Star One Roofing sponsor, number 13J out of Midlothian, Texas, it's James McCrary. And to the outside of the 5th and final row, starting 10th on the field, Manuel Williams II. Lil Man out of Falk, Arkansas, on the Team 5 Enterprise Pro 1 transmission, Charlie Williams painting, WRT Racing Team, number 24. So Jason Ingles starting his campaign off down in Petty with the USMTS Modifieds a couple of weeks ago. And didn't have the run he was looking for. Got a sharp new car courtesy of 1-3 Designs and Lane Smith. We're underway off at turn number 4. Now at the start Ingles wanted is getting the jump from the outside goes Mason Williams. Won a heat race here with the ARM Series last August. So look at this field. It's a log jam off the exit of 2, baby, into turn number 3. Mason Williams jumps out front early to the race lead. Here comes Chris Dawson for the top spot. 48 a wrap lift up out of the groove that time as they hustle down the front straightaway back into turn number 1. Ingles getting it wound up once more in car number 12. He's faded to third from the pole here. Off the exit of 2 into turn number 3. Dawson smoking as Williams bobbles, opens up the door for Dawson that time down the front straightaway back into turn number 1. Into 3 right now. The top 3 cars separated as Chris Dawson has hustled his way to the top spot around the number 24 of Mason Williams. Dawson hustling around the Arclitect Speedway, the Lubbock Texan. As here comes the Army Contractors 4W of Tyler Wolf. Tyler Wolf out of Fayetteville, Arkansas is working the wheel around the hub of the racetrack. And like I say, folks, he's working it well. Slight job for second. That time he'll take it. Thank you very much into turn number 1. Wolf. A lot to be learned up and down the roads with the USMTS Modifieds, and he spent a lot of his time on the road racing with the very best in the business, and he has been better for it. As here comes Williams. One Williams across the nose of another. Mason Williams a second, the older brother of the younger one. The younger Williams in the 24 started on the front row of this one, and it's faded quickly in this one to the 5th spot. As Emmanuel Williams a second with 2 laps to go is working on the 12 of Jason Ingles. That's the best battle on the racetrack as we work down to it. 1.5 laps to go as Chris Dawson, the Lubbock Texan, met the midpoint of the back straightaway. To the white flag comes Chris Dawson, this time off the exit of 4 and 7X. And the caution flag comes out on the 75J machine of Jeremy Lacoe out of Lincoln, Arkansas. So we're coming to the white flag, and the yellow flag waves instead for Jeremy Lacoe out of Lincoln, Arkansas, the 75J entry. And we'll have to re-rack them and stack them once more, and we'll go back to a green checkered finish here. And your second USRA open wheel modified heat of the night. From worst up to 4th in the 24M, Manuel Williams the second. Put his little brother back to 5th, the outside pole sitter Mason Williams. But storming out of the gate in this one quick, fast, and in a hurry from 5th to the point, Lubbock, Texas racer Chris Dawson in 7X. The green flag comes back out. We're backing away at Arclitex. And that's exactly what Dawson did not want to see. Smoking all. Here comes 4W Tyler Wolf for the race lead. Eagles diamonds off the exit of 2. Looks to hold back the advances of Manuel Williams a second as they roll through 3 and 4 to the white flag this time by. Final time in the turns 1 and 2. Ingles with his hands full from Lil Man as they hustle off the exit of 2. Side by side for 3rd. Down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. It'll be all she wrote from 5th to the win for Lubbock, Texas racer Chris Dawson, your winner in 7X. 4W Tyler Wolf will snag second. So a lot of comers and goers and movers and shakers in this one. As your front row starters went backwards in this one. Mason Williams finished back there in the 5th spot. Just in front of him, his older brother, Lil Man Manuel Williams, a second, finishes in the 4th spot. 3rd goes to the IRP Chassis RKT operating number 12 of racing Jason Ingles in 12. And finishing 2nd in this one. And the Army Contractors Lobo Racing number 4W out of Fayetteville, Arkansas, started 7th, finishes in 2nd, Tyler Wolf. He'll have himself some passing points. And from 5th to the win at Lubbock, Texas, give him a hand, Arclitect Speedway race fans. Car number 7X, 5th to the win for Chris Dawson from Lubbock, Texas, your winner in 7X. On the pole of heat race number 3 for the USRA American Racer Modified Series, the driver of the Schroeder Racing Products, Sean Hayes Grinding, Havlik Trucking, J&B Auto Parts, Capital Signs, Infinity Trucking, Clays Coating, MB Custom Racing Chassis, the 27-year-old out of Waterloo, Iowa, Devin Havlik. On the pole, And car number 5D, his first ever start here tonight at Arklatex. Devin Havlick out of Waterloo, Iowa on the pole. Outside from Grand Saline, Texas, car number 64, that'll be Casey Fowler. Big Daddy, Joe Duvall out of Claremore, Oklahoma, the MB Custom Built Hamilton Ford number 91. Jason Sarton out of Royce City, Texas in 17. Chase Wascom from Denham Springs. Casey Roderick from Lawrenceville, Georgia in 25. Hustling down into turns 1 and 2. Exiting corner number 2, Big Daddy Joe Duvall looking for his first ever win at Arklatex Speedway tonight. Got his first ever win at the Rev last season with the ARM Series. And he'll slide up and we get caution on the first lap. I believe Jason Sarton, unfortunately, comes up lane down there in the middle of the front straightaway. As again, Casey Fowler on the outside pole alongside Davin Havlick. That was a great start for Joe Duvall in the drive at WFX.com. Mill Hamilton Ford, number 91. Big Daddy Joe Duvall, been a mainstay on the USMTS Modified Tour. The Claremore, Oklahoma racer. One of the favorites up and down the roads on the tour. Again, won one at the Rev last season. He got a great start. He'll have to try it all again once more. Chase Wascom, pilot's car number 15. He's out of Denham Springs, Louisiana. Casey Roderick from Lawrenceville, Georgia, and car number 25. Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri. Pilot's car number 8. He starts 7th outside from Wichita, Kansas, multi-time USMTS Modified winner. So Tanner Mullins was slated to be in this heat race. So we were looking for Tanner Mullins, but Mullins not making the call in this heat. So Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas, the 02 machine, not making the call on this one. But that'll move up Big T, Tyler Townsend, the TNT Auto Parts, Day Motorsports number 12T, Tyler Townsend from Diana, Texas in 12T. And Tanner Barnhart in this one in the 511. A lot of you folks know the name Donnie Barnhart, former super late model ace out of North Little Rock, Arkansas. The lights are out. We're underway. A trio of MB custom chassis hustle their way down the back straightaway, door to door for second. Here comes the 64, Casey Fowler to the inside. And here comes the 91, a Big Daddy to the inside for the race lead. The 5D, a Devin Havlick holds him off. Oh, this is a good one, and it's getting off to a quick start. They hustle off the exit 2. Here comes 15 rolling down the back straightaway with a head on fire. Holy smokes. Into turn number 3, Chase Wascom from Denham Springs, Louisiana, is rolled to the inside and inside down for the race lead into 1 and 2. Slight job on the race lead for Chase Wascom. How you doing? Keep it moving. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. He is rolled quickly and to the front with his head on fire, folks. Chase Wascom, holla at your boy. He gone out front in 15. Chase Wascom from 5th to the race lead. Just sat down 2 quick ones. As Waterloo, Iowa's Devin Havlick holds on to second as we're 4 in and 4 laps to go. This 8-lap affair this time as they hustle down Main Street back into turn number 1. As Big Daddy Joe Duvall working the hub and working it well to the inside. Will try to take second. He will for the time being, but that outside line momentum rockets down the back straightaway for the advantage of the 5B of Havlick. They'll go at it once more into 3 and 4, but Big Daddy holds him off this time and holds serve down the front stretch. Trying to throw his hat back into the ring. Grand Saline, Texas racer Fowler in 64, giving it all it's worth. Dylan McGowan will throw his hat in there in the green number 8 car. 2 to go this time by as they hustle down the front stretch back into turn number 1. 3 cars underneath Grandma's quilt for third now as Big Daddy separates himself from Havlick, who holds on to third but gets pressure from the 8 down the back straightaway off the exit of 2. The Urbana, Missouri racer Dylan McCowan trying to get himself inside of the mix now as Fowler bobbled big time that time. Final time down the back straightaway. Can Big Daddy pull a rabbit out of the proverbial hat here? Final time in the 3 and 4. Big Daddy working the bottom and working it well off of 4. Here comes Joe Duvall. It won't be enough. What an effort and what a performance for Denham Springs, Louisiana racer Chase Wascom, your winner of heat race number 3 and 15. Wow. Folks, he shot out of a cannon, did he not? Starting 5th and taking the win out of Denham Springs, Louisiana. Chase Wascom, how you doing? Keep it moving. Rolled right to the race lead. And sat down Big Daddy Joe Duvall to the second spot. Claremore, Oklahoma racer Big Daddy Joe Duvall, the Mill Hamilton Ford MB Custom Drive WFX.com number 91. Joe Duvall finishes in second. And Devin Havlick will come home third. The 8 of Dylan McCowan out of Urbana, Missouri comes home on the podium as a great early effort from the 5D of your pole sitter, Devin Havlick out of Waterloo, Iowa. But that was a great heat race. A lot of comers and goers and, like I say, movers and shakers in that one. Your fourth and final USRA modified heat of the night here at Arklatex. Top 12 in passing points transferred directly to the A feature. The rest will have to come out of a B main on the pole. From Diana, Texas, piloting car number 7, that'll be the Transmissions Unlimited Panel Trust Soapy King Genuine RV. Lone Star Super Gas number 7 is Sean Gaddis. Outside of Sean Gaddis, it's Winnigan, Chris Hennigan from Marshall, Texas. And the CNC Oilfield Services Panel Trust Soapy King Genuine RV. GRT by Phillips, Rick Sis Performance Powered, Steve Hurt sponsor number 16. It's Chris Hennigan. Inside of row number 2, it's Donnie Alhab Powers out of Henderson, Texas. He's in the Soapy King Genuine RV Panel Truss. Number 6, GRT Racing Chassis. It's Donnie Powers from Henderson. Outside of row number 2, starting fourth in the 4R from Wagoner, Oklahoma. That'll be Jared Russell once again in 4R. Inside of 3, Manuel Williams Sr. 24 SR's big man Manuel Williams out of Falk, Arkansas. He's in the Charlie Williams Painting WRT Racing Team 5 Enterprise number 24. Tristan Dykes, the USRA Arms Series winner here, August 27th of last season. His first ever win coming here at Arklatex Speedway for the driver of the TaylorMade number 14T, Tristan Dykes out of Maypearl, Texas in 14T. And fourth throw to the inside, starting 7th on the field from Risen, Arkansas in F2R, it's Chris Reed. Kevin Peters had a good effort here last year with the Arm Series out of Hallsville, Texas in 21, Kevin Peters. And final car starting on the grid, it's K-Daddy Kyle Taylor out of Longview, Texas in the IRP Racing Chassis JCT Auto Sales, Mac Tools by Bradley, number 75. Innovative Auto Glass and Window Tint Heat Race number 4 presented by Army Contractors. We'll see who comes out on top in this one. Your fourth and final USRA American Racer Modified Series heat of the night, going 8 laps in distance, top 12 overall in passing points to the night's main event. Green flag waves for Sean G, Sean Gaddis, as they hustle down the front stretch into turn number 1. Winnigan, Chris Hennigan jumping out front by half a cat's whisker to the race lead. A pair of East Texas area hot shoes rolling off of 4, and Chris Hennigan leads the first lap tonight of heat race number 4 at Arklatex. Two-time USMPS modified winner here at the home stretch. Chris Hennigan trying to get out front and do what he does and does well here at Arklatex, and that's execute his own Chris Hennigan line that has become so popular here over the years. As Hennigan in a new GRT by Phillips chassis to him here for this 2022 season, rolls his way down the front straightaway into 1. Over Sean Gaddis, the battle for third shaping up. Most recent winner with the Arm Series here at Arklatex, the TaylorMade number 14T Maypearl, Texas racer, Tristan Dykes rolling up the third in 14T. Dykes so smooth here a year ago. Best battle on the racetrack right now for the 4 spot. The inner turn number 3 right now. Here comes big man Manuel Williams. He won a heat race last August as well. I mentioned several times tonight, all 3 of the Williams Racing Team cars won a heat. As not the case here tonight, as down the back straightaway into turn number 3. That's the best battle right now for third. Here comes Williams rolling down to the inside of the 4 of Jared Russell. Russell says no, sits him down once more, takes him a seat. As the top 3 cars separated by the same distance all the way back to 4th, as Russell continues to get business given to him here by the number 24 Manuel Williams, as we see 2 laps to go. Something not quite right with Donnie Powers' car. Started third and he's went backwards in a hurry. Seeing something out underneath the undercarriage of that race car, and I don't think it's just the sparks that you would typically see out of the brakes. Something else looks like it's going on there. White flag waves for Winnigan, Chris Hennigan. Down into 1 and 2 and off the exit of 2. It'll be no problems. They'll wash his hands with the competition in heat race number 4. And innovative auto glass and window tint heat race number 4 winner goes to the Marshall Texan Winnigan, Chris Hennigan in 16. And a slight job on Jared Russell. It'll pay dividends for him. for big man Manuel Williams will come across the stripe and grab fourth. A blown right rear tire for Jared Russell. Tough break for the longtime fourth place runner out of Wagoner, Oklahoma. The 4 of Jared Russell blew a right rear tire coming to the checkers. Got the slide drop thrown on him by big man Manuel Williams as he'll come home fourth. Third, we'll go to Maypearl, Texas Racer in the number 14 T and the TaylorMade Countertops. 14 T of Tristan Dykes trying to go back-to-back here at Arklatex tonight. He's got his work cut out for him, but a good effort nonetheless. Second, we'll go to the Transmissions Unlimited Big Texas Auto Parts number 7S of Sean Gaddis out of Henderson, Texas. And taking the win, you know who it is, race fans. No stranger to Victory Lane, trying to get back in Victory Lane here at the home stretch tonight. The driver of the panel, Trust CNC Oilfield Services, Rick Sis Performance Power GRT by Phillips. How about a hand for Winnigan? Chris Hennigan from Marshall, Texas, your winner in 16. Your first of 4 USR Limited Modified Heats with 34 entries in the pits tonight. On the pole out of Wascom, Texas, Colby Collins in 3C. Outside, it's Troy Keith out of Houghton, Louisiana, or now out of Benton, Louisiana. And the Jesus saves number 11. 16-year-old Baron Prince in the 9R. Colby Mewborn out of Texarkana, car number 36. This should be some good racing here as they exit, roll into turn number 3 and 4. Colby Collins leads lap number 1 in 3C. Colby Collins jumping out front to the race lead in car number 3C here. Going to be the Cinderella performance here in that Texas Dent sponsor number 3C. Baron Prince spared no expense, rolls up to second now. They're all over the Arklatex Speedway. They're 3 wide here at the tail. Alpha 2 and down the back straightaway. Michael King Jr., the 14 junior, trying to come forward. He'll split the 18 of Stephen Hogan and relegate him to the tail. Adam Roy out of Red Lick and the Griffin Realtors. Modern Primitives number 2 rolling down to the inside of your outside pole sitter in car number 11 of Troy Keith. Down the back straightaway, Colby Mewborn trying to pick up right where he left off in the 2021 season. Here comes Colby off the exit of 4 and down the front straightaway in the turn number 1 and 36. Off of 4 down the front stretch, Colby Collins jumping out front to the race lead. Or holding on to the race lead from the drop of the hat in this one. Looking good with 2 laps to go. Exiting goal number 2, Colby Collins trying to get run down here with a 36 of Colby Mewborn. Mewborn with his crosshairs dialed up as they exit corner number 4 this time. Baron Prince tucked in tow and the number 9. So all the drivers getting right back down to the low side of the racetrack as they tested the waters and tried different lanes throughout the duration of this 8-lap affair. As from the drop of the hat, from lap 1 to 8, your winner of heat race number 1 tonight for the USRA Limited Modifieds goes to Colby Collins in 3C. Well, if you couldn't see him fist pumping at the line, I guarantee you he's fired up about that performance, folks. How about it? a Cinderella heat race winner here, folks, because that was a field of heavyweights. Your winner, how about a hand, Architect Speedway for the Wascom, Texas racer, Colby Collins, your winner in 3C. Baron Prince with a good run there, as well as Colby Mewborn leaving right where he left off in the 2021 season. Colby Mewborn comes home second, as all these drivers going by passing points as well, the top 12 cars to the main event. As Baron Prince finishes third in this one in 9R behind Colby Mewborn and Colby Collins, your heat race number 1 winner. Heat race number 2 for the USRA Limited Modifieds on the pole in car number 7cc. That's going to be Colby Williams out of Shongaloo, Louisiana. Louisville, Arkansas racer in 30T. There's going to be Tim McDonald inside of row number 2 at 36J. Was Justin Whitehead's car. Now Austin Storm behind the wheel of the 36J. Again, Austin Storm in 36J. Casey Mooney out of Bloomberg, Texas. Pilot's car number M4 inside of row number 3. And the IRP chassis number 42 out of Falk, Arkansas is Landon Malden. Outside of 3, starting 6, the C12 is Chris Hall out of Stonewall, Louisiana. David Edwards in 3D out of Natchitoches, Louisiana. The Allen Crawfish sponsor number 3D Express Racing chassis. Outside of row number 4 and the number 25, that'll be Josh Balcom. The Benton Bullet, a Dominator Racing chassis. TCC, Total Custom Carbs, and Dyno number 25. And final car starting on the grid in the number 81, it's Uncle Ricky Ingalls. Ricky Ingalls in the RKT operating Twin City Towing number 81 IRP Racing chassis. So won't turn them loose just yet, as waiting on the number C12 of Chris Hall to go to the outside of row number 3, the Stonewall, Louisiana racer. Taking the green flag and heat race number 2 for the USRA Limited Modifieds, Colby Williams gets a nice healthy start hustling out into turns 1 and 2. Colby Williams has jumped out front and got where is exactly where he wants to be when he checked in the race tonight. Colby Williams jumps out front of the race lead, being ran down by the 36J. It's not Whitehead again. It's Austin Storm, just acquired that car out of the Outlaw Chassis Shop last night. As Austin Storm down the front straightaway, here comes the 25 two-time winner a season ago, Josh Balcom. Balcom way upstairs. He's using that outside line momentum, and it works to his advantage. Here comes Ricky Ingalls at 81 as well. Ingalls to the inside of David Edwards, trying to sidestep him and pick his pocket. Off the exit of 4, down the front straightaway, back into turn number 1. A great battle here for the 4th spot as they hustle into 1. Balcom going way upstairs. Way up top where Grandpa keeps a good bourbon, and almost cost him that time. As Williams continues to lead in 7cc. Austin Storm giving it hell, giving it all it's worth, but Williams is too strong, too tough out front. And there'll be 2 laps to go this time by in USRA Limited Modified Heat Race number 1. It's an IRP chassis and an Express and a Dominator race car and an IRP. Your top 4 cars right now. Here comes Ricky Ingalls to the inside of Josh Balcom for 3rd. And on the back straightaway, the turn number 3, Ricky Ingalls has worked his way in this one from the tail up to 3rd. Balcom started 1 car in front of him. They followed their way towards the front. Final time down the back straightaway. Ricky Ingalls has got himself a basket full of passing points. That's what he wants. Final time to a face full of checkered flag from flagman Wyatt Williams. Goes to the 7cc of Colby Williams, your winner of heat race number 2. Well, how about that, folks? Following each other to the front. Josh Bockham had third for the time being, and with 2 laps to go, Ricky Ingles started executing and picked the pocket of Josh Bockham, who he followed forward. They both started 8th and 9th in this one, respectively, as Josh Bockham has to settle for the 4th spot. He was rolling that outside line, and it was working to his advantage until Ricky Ingles found his poison on the bottom and served Bockham a little bit of kryptonite, and Ricky Ingles rolls his way to 3rd of that RKT operating IRP chassis number 81. Good run there for the 36J of Austin Storm out of West Monroe, Louisiana. And from the drop of the hat in that one, leading from green to checkered in the number 7cc IRP Racing chassis of Kobe Williams from Shongaloo, Louisiana, your winner of USRA Limited Mod Heat Race number 2. Heat race number 3 for the USRA Limited Modifieds on the pole at Longwood, Louisiana. I believe his first full season in Limited Modified action. Welcome to Arklatex to J.D. Ammons. Outside of Ammons in the 99X Durham Racing Chassis entry, 99X out of Texarkana, Arkansas, is Dustin Durham. The Marshall Missile, Derek Grigsby and the True Love Law Firm, One Call Staffing, 5-Star Builders, Marshall Lubinato, number 69. It's the Marshall Missile, Derek Grigsby out of Marshall in 69. Abigail Wilkerson pilots the car number 4 out of Rusk, Texas. Inside of row number 3 and car number 41 out of Atlanta, Texas, Thomas Holt. Outside of row number 3 and car number 18J, that'll be Jake Huckabee. He pilots 18J out of Texarkana, Texas. 4th row to the inside, the hired gun of the Mafoose Motorsports, Grant Shelton, Worldwide Tire, Popeyes, Louisiana Fast. Number K9, it's Mark Underwood Jr. out of Ruston, Louisiana. And outside, the final car starting out of Shreveport in 25J is Jacob McCrae. USRA Limited Modified Heat Race number 3 is hot and heavy and underway. Is the number K9 car. Not how he wanted to get this one underway tonight. Driving the Joe Mafoose K9 car. Mark Underwood Jr. exits the back straightaway early in this one. What a battle for second. The Durham race car, number 99X of Dustin Durham, the Marshall Missile, getting a piece of him. Into turns 3 and 4, Derek Grigsby rolling it up top shelf with 4 and 4 laps to go. Here comes the Missile from Marshall. Down the front straight with his crosshairs dialed up. How about J.D. Ammons? Jumped out front to the race lead in this one. Feeling pretty good about himself in 00 car. Ammons right now off the exit of 4 is working the wheel and working it well out front with the race lead in 00. Nice looking race car for Ammons and an Outback sponsor number 00. As Durham gives another fight there to the number 69 of Derek Grigsby. Grigsby, the many-time Louisiana State Dirt Track Championship winner at the Boot Hill Speedway in Greenwood, continues to try to shoo off the number 99X of Durham. Durham giving all he's worth. He got in there a little cattywampus that time, nearly clipped to 69 as they exit down the back straight for the final time. Or to the white flag this time, rather. Jake Huckabee staying right there in contention inside of the top 4. But this is going to be a very popular win for the newcomer. A face full of checkered flag. How about it for your pole sitter to the 00, J.D. Ammons from Longwood, Louisiana, your winner. Derek Grigsby snacks second in 69. Dustin Durham third in 99X. Your unofficial top 4 cars, again, passing point system implemented here, ladies and gentlemen. The top 12 and passing points will be directly locked into tonight's A main. 4th and an 18J out of Texarkana, Jake Huckabee finishing in 3rd, 99X Durham Racing chassis of Dustin Durham out of Texarkana, Arkansas, gave the 69 to Derek Grigsby all he was worth. Derek Grigsby out of Marshall and the True Love Law Firm, One Call Staffing, 5-Star Builders, Marshall Lubinato, number 69. The Marshall Missile finishes in 2nd. And how about this, folks? out of Longwood, Louisiana. He ain't been behind the saddle for too long, but he takes the win from the pole position. I know he's got a fan club in the house tonight. Kind of an underdog, if you will, taking the win. J.D. Amminger, winner in 00. Your fourth and final USRA limited modified heat race, getting ready to stroll and roll onto the way to the racetrack over 4 here. And on the pole, Brother Colby won heat race number 2, looking to win heat race number 4 for the Williams Racing Team out of Sibley, Louisiana. The 47cc is Connor Williams. Outside from Mott, Texas, the 213, that'll be Tim Strickland. Inside of number 2 out of Firestone, Louisiana, Drennan Keene in car number 19. Outside of the number 61, that'll be Trent Kenward out of Mott, Texas. Levi Wilkerson, pilot's car number 3. Taylor Bowes in the 21XL. And inside of row number 4, in the car number 24B, that'll be Bailey Turner out of Hooks, Texas. Aaron Roy out of Red Lick, Texas, in the Texarkana Mercy Center Presto Magic Clean DE Wraps number 35. The lights are out. We're underway off of 4. Look at Aaron Roy try to pick their pockets. Goes all the way down. Couldn't go any lower than a Mudcat in the Red River. Exiting corner number 2 and into turn number 3. Leading lap 1 just like his brother did in heat race number 2. This time it's going to be Connor Williams. Oh, look out, Bailey Turner. Wait, is that? Bailey Turner takes a wild ride, Clyde, down there. He brought Bonnie along with him. Off of 4. How about the 213 of Strickland? He won a heat race here when the Arm Series was in town August 27th of last season. Hustling down into 1, we got the Taylor Bowes car around 21XL. Taylor Bowes, and the caution comes out. So Bailey Turner took a wild stride down to the infield on the opening circuit there in the number 24B car, the Hooks, Texas racer. And then Taylor Bowes out of Marshall. Taylor Bowes in the Western Flyer chassis, number 21XL. Sharp-looking car for Bowes there out of Marshall. Took himself a little ride down here to the middle of the front straightaway as well. So we'll get him re-racked and stacked with 2 laps scored, 6 laps to go. This 8-lap affair. Again, top 12 in passing points tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Locked into the main event. And Colby Williams won heat number 2. Brother Connor trying to hold serve from the front row here as well. They couldn't have drawn any better. But again, the passing point system, the name of the game. But if you start on the pole, you had better won it. Because right now, coming quickly to the front from worst all the way to second in only 2 laps. We call him Rapid Roy for a reason, because he's run rapidly to second. Aaron Roy out of Red Lick. Quickly to the bridesmaids honors in the Texarkana Mercy Center number 35. Got to give a shout out down there to my Uncle Gary Clark in the house tonight. He's the man. There he is, folks, waving hand. I'll go by and say hey to him. He's the coolest cat in town, I promise. Lights are out for Connor Williams. 4th and final USRA limited modified heat race. We're underway. Exiting corner number 2. I'll tell you what, Tim Strickland, who was really upset we weren't able to practice here on Thursday night. Or maybe I'm speaking about Trent. Got him a little slip swap. They're 3rd and 4th right now. Kenward was hoping we had a practice anyway. As Strickland won a heat race here with the Arm Series. Started on the pole of our main event here last August. As Aaron Roy trying to hit his marks. The 8-time 67 Speedway track champion of Mandeville. Working their way down the front boulevard into turns 1 and 2. Aaron Roy pulls the rabbit out of the hat and picked off every competitor that worked in front of him in this one. As we got problems down the back straightaway, Bailey Turner and Kenward in the 61 making all kinds of contact. Kenward goes up the racetrack. And boy, I'll tell you what, looked like a game of dodgeball out there with 4 tires and a steering wheel, folks. I tell you what. Tag, you're it. So Connor Williams, holla at your boy. A number 47cc out of Sibley, Louisiana, from the drop of the hammer in this one. Has put one half of the hammer down in this one. And car number 47X, shout out to Pat McAfee Show. Into turns number 3 and 4 for the final time. He'll receive a face full of checker flag for these efforts. Connor Williams dominates heat race number 4. Great effort from worst to second for the number 35 of Rapid Roy. Aaron Roy from Red Lick, Texas in 35. Tim Strickland third in 2-1-3. So after an early race mishap there, the number 21 XL of Taylor Bowes out of Marshall rebounds, and he'll grab the 4th spot in car number 21 XL from Mod Texas, the 2-1-3. Tim Strickland finishes in 3rd in this one, and Bailey Turner's about to let the 61 of Trent Kilbert know, hey, I don't really like the game of dodgeball with 4 tires and a steering wheel too much. How you doing? Keep it moving. And finishing in 2nd in this one, from worst to second, and the Texarkana Mercy Center number 35 of Aaron Roy out of Red Lick, Texas. And taking the win, both of the Williams brothers have won a heat race tonight. Colby won heat 2. Connor Williams wins heat race number 4 at Seaman, Louisiana, car number 47 CC in the Wicked Race Car Chassis. Connor Williams, your winner. Heat race number 1 for the 4 cylinders onto the racetrack here. On the polling card, number 06, it's going to be Jack DuPont, who's been off to a quick start of the 2022 season. Jack DuPont out of Shreveport of the 06 car. Danny Bryan out of Houghton in car number 88. Inside over number 2 out of Redwater, Texas, the 34J is J.C. Stewart. Eddie Brewer in the BC powder number BC. Eddie Brewer in BC out of Texarkana, Arkansas. Austin Davis out of Falcon, car number 9. Amanda Cook out of Vivian in car number 21. If you want to get into dirt track racing and you don't want to spin an arm and a leg, this is your meal ticket right here, folks. You can get out there and get 4 tires and a steering wheel in your hand if you have goals or aspirations and want to move up and race with the big dogs one day. Look out, baby, in the turn number 3. That's the good deal with the front wheel drive. It's hard to spin these things out. Hustling down into 1, a great battle for the race lead. Jack DuPont in the 06 car, J.C. Stewart. So Danny Bryant jumps out front early to the race lead. Old Danny B out of Houghton, Louisiana. Down the back straightaway with the race lead. Danny Bryant out of Houghton. It'll be 3 in and 3 laps to go. The 6-lap affair this time by for the 4 cylinders. All cars go directly to the main event. They'll line up exactly how they finish. Again, the USRA Factories Limiteds and the USRA Modifieds, top 12 in the passing points. We'll lock them in upon where they finish with their passing points with 2 laps to go in their first 4-cylinder heat of the night. Danny Bryant long gone by his lonesome out front with the race lead. Jack DuPont with a nice second-place run here as the top 3 cars separated by the same distance right now as we roll down to it. White flag will be coming out this time by for Danny B. J.C. Stewart's 34J car sound like it just jumped out of gear and right in front of Eddie Brewer. Look out, it's about to get ugly. And Eddie Brewer making heavy contact with J.C. Stewart, who is losing power down the front straightaway. The checker flag comes out anyway for Danny Bryant as they continue to stroll their way down the backstretch and limp their way to the checkered flag. Well, Mama always said there'd be days like this. As the 34J, who was sitting in 3rd for the entirety of that one, J.C. Stewart, you heard it coming down the front straightaway on the white flag lap. Sound like the car died on him or he was losing a lot of steam there. And then the one going 3 wide through lap traffic, BC of Eddie Brewer. They makes heavy contact there, sends them both around. They both limp to the checkers nonetheless. But taking the heat race victory in commanding fashion of that 6-lap affair, heat race number 1 winner goes to Haughton, Louisiana racer in car number 88 of Danny Bryan. Jack DuPont from Shreveport in 06 snags second. And heat race number 2 going 6 laps in distance. These guys will transfer all directly from how they finish and line up in the main event, how they finish here. So your pole sitter for the night's main event will be Danny Bryan out of Haughton. We'll find out who lines up on the outside of him. Luke DuPont will start on the pole in heat race number 2. Luke DuPont in 05 on the pole. And this one, outside it'll be Ben McDuff from Keithville, Louisiana, car number F5. Hunter Armstrong from Blanchard, Louisiana, pilot's car number 5. He starts third. Outside the 21M from Texarkana is Morgan Powell in 21M. Mitch Durham out of New Boston in car number 34. Lance Salter out of Texarkana, Arkansas in the 22L. Lanes are out. We're underway as they hustle into one. Ben McDuff with a head of steam on the back bumper of your race leader, Luke DuPont, trying to hold on to it. Here comes McDuff, crossing lanes underneath him, door to door, down the back straight with a 2x2x1. Only 5 cars on the racetrack, but you got a good battle going on for the race lead, a good battle going on for third. They exit corner number 4, and Ben McDuff relegates Luke DuPont, and he may have problems. Luke DuPont losing much steam down the front straightaway. Car number 5, he gets it wound back up on the top shelf of the racetrack in that Acura Integra. This time by, it'll be 3 in and 3 laps to go for your second and final 4-cylinder heat race here tonight at Arklatex. Competition nose to tail right now. Top 3 cars separated by the same distance. They work down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Ben McDuff and F5 out front with the race lead. It'll be 2 laps to go for Ben McDuff and F5 this time. Good battle for second here. Coming to the line between Luke DuPont and the 34 machine off the exit of 4. Give it to DuPont over the number 34 of Mitch Durham. By about a half of a cat's whisker. Luke DuPont takes home the second spot. Had to rebound in that one after losing some speed early in this one. So Mitch Durham at our new Boston in car number 34 will snag third. Second go to the 05. Luke DuPont out of Shreveport, Louisiana, and taking the win from the outside pole out of Keithville, Louisiana. Car number F5 of Ben McDuff. Oh, Big Ben takes the win in heat race number 2 for the 4 cylinders. Your final set of cars for heat race action tonight will feature the Pro Mods. It's Pro Mod heat race number 1 getting ready to roll to you here at the top of turn number 4 in just a moment. And on the pole, the bee's knees, or they're calling the gentle giant, Jason Beasley, and the number 16 entry. Jason Beasley in car number 16, longtime mainstay here at Arklatex Speedway, has a couple of victories here at the racetrack, trying to get back into Barksdale Federal Credit Union victory lane tonight. Outside of Jason Beasley, it's big, sexy Glenn Lindsay, the People's Dirt Track Champion out of Shreveport, Louisiana, in car number G25. Inside of row number 2 out of Carthage, Texas, in car number 84, Dakota Tutt out of Carthage, Texas. 43J out of Shreveport, Louisiana, car number 43J. It's B.J. Cook. And inside of row number 3 in the 11-8, it'll be Robbie Hickman out of Marshall, Texas. Got to give a shout out to Brittany Jones over there in the pit area. Holla at your boy there, Brittany. Tell Connor to step it up a little bit. Outside of Robbie Hickman in car number 2, it'll be Jeff Rice out of Gillum, Louisiana in the deuce car. And Julie Ann Whitney and the Vivian, Louisiana pilot's car number 87. Can't have a race without Julie Ann out here, folks. And that pink number 87. She'll try to take them to the bakery here, folks. We're about to line them up and line them out off the exit of 4. The green flag comes out, and they'll duke it out off of 4. Was 43J at BJ Cook with a good run, and 43J running here, holding off the number 25's advances of Big Sexy Glenn Lindsay. Good battle for 4th between Hickman and Rice. Rice around the low side in 2. The 11 of Hickman up top. If you're wondering what the deal is with these cars, they're topless. They run the Hoosier F45 asphalt pull-off slick tire, and it really puts the driver to work. They can run just about any size power plant in these cars, but the name of the game is trying to get that power to hook up to this slick tire, as you don't need a whole lot of power to go to victory lane in this class. Less is more, if you will. And this time by with 2 to go, Jason Beasley minding his own business out front of this one at 16. So it'll be white flag coming out this time by for the 16 of Jason Beasley. Exactly how he wanted to set up the field of competition as he set them up for failure in this one. As it's been a dominant effort for the number 16 of Beasley. As we work down to it, Robbie Hickman giving the number G25 of Lindsey Olliesworth as they exit corner number 2 into 3 for the final time as they roll to the checkers. Who's going to get 3rd? Beasley wins it. Cook 2nd. As off of 4 to the line, surrendering the 3rd spot to Hickman, who grabs 3rd. Glenn Lindsay fades the 4th, coming to the checkered flag in G25. Unofficial top 5 in the number 2 Jay's Lawn Care entry. It'll be Jeff Rice finishing in 5th in car number 2, G25 of Glenn Lindsay 4th. Making a final corner pass to finish on the podium to the 3rd spot, Robbie Hickman in car number 11E out of Marshall, Texas. Finishing in 2nd, started 4th, finishes 2nd at a 43J out of Shreveport, B.J. Cook. And taking the win from the pole position. Give him a big Arklatex round of applause. Your heat race number 1 winner for the Pro Mods. How about car number 16 for Jason Beasley in 16? Your second and final Pro Mod heat of the night here at Arklatex on the pole position in this one. At a Sarepta, Louisiana piloting car number 4, that'll be Jeffrey Bechet in the Larry Shaw Racing chassis number 4. Bechet in the Trey Maxwell Trucking, Ken's Heating and Air number 4 car. And outside in car number T8 at a Doddridge, Arkansas, it'll be Bubba Thomas in T8. Inside of row number 2 in the number 45, that's Britt Riddle. He's out of Bossier City, Louisiana, car number 45. Michael Easley in the number Star 3 car. Michael Easley in the number 3. Inside of row number 3 in car number 33 out of Jefferson, Texas, it's Randy Darlin. Final car starting in this one is car number 14 out of Vivian, Louisiana of Drake Whitehead. Drake Whitehead in 14. 6 cars scheduled to go, 8 laps in distance in your final heat race of the night here at Arklatex. Jeffrey Bechet. I just said, hey, there was no Doug Vick Jr. He was not on the lineup roster, but here he is, folks. He showed up and showed out. He says, I don't need to be on any roster to show up and show what I'm made of. And he rolls off before, but here they come to the yellow flag. So a few cars that weren't on this lineup here is the number 4V I just mentioned during that last green flag run. You folks probably couldn't hear, but I said, hey, it's weird. No Doug Vick Jr. tonight. Very rare for the home track driver to not be here at his home racetrack and either the factory stock or the Pro Mod. He's one of the all-time winningest drivers in this Pro Mod class since this class began back in 2010. But there he is, folks, riding up the second, a pair of 4 cars. As Doug Vick Jr. right here out of Vivian, Louisiana, 5-time Arklatex Speedway factory stock track champion. Has worked his way to second here. And I promise you, folks, he's about to give the business to the number 4, Jeffrey Bechet. Bechet's going to feel the pressure, and it should be fun, as these guys are a pair of heavyweights. Look how much the moon has already risen in the last 2 minutes. I'll be honest, folks, I miss quite a bit. Like, you can't catch it all, but I totally missed what transpired over here in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Obviously under caution here. I did not see who went over there. As soon as I get word, I'll pass that information along here to you. I believe 14 to Drake Whitehead was scheduled to start shotgun on the field of Vivian, Louisiana racer Drake Whitehead. I do believe, I mean, if we look at the lineup and so we've been backered away here as we're working down with three laps to go this time by for Sarepta, Louisiana racer Jeffrey Bechet in car number 4. A pair of 4s followed by a 3. Is Doug Vick Jr. riding in second with a 3-star. The hired gun of Robert DeLute's car tonight, Michael Easley and Randy Dolan, your top 4 cars. 2 laps to go this time by shown from Flagman Wyatt Williams. 2 laps to go for Bechet. So he's toting the left front up in that Larry Shaw Racing chassis. White flag will be displayed this time by, and a fairly uneventful heat race. As I say that, all the while, battle for second heating up here on the white flag lap. Let's see if Michael Easley can pick the pocket of Doug Vick Jr. here for the final time. Final time down the back straightaway into turn number 3. It's going to be all she wrote, and taking the heat race win. The Kansas City Air number 4 Larry Shaw chassis of Jeffrey Bechet dominates. Doug Vick Jr. holds off the 3-star Michael Easley. And Randy Darlin brings the 33 car home in 4th. The Jefferson, Texas racer in car number 33. So there you have it, race fans. That's all of your heat race action tonight here at Arklatex. Unofficially finishing in 4th out of Jefferson, Texas. Car number 33 of Randy Darlin. 3rd rather, in car number 3 star driving for Robert Dulude tonight. Michael Easley from Keithville finishes 3rd. 2nd, hometown racer at Vivian, the number 4 V of Doug Vick Jr. taking the win in commanding fashion. The driver of the Larry Shaw race car, Kansas Air. Number 4 from Sarepta, Louisiana, Jeffrey Bechet, your winner of your 2nd and final Pro Mod heat of the night here at Arklatex. Looks like we're getting shaped up for factory stock B main action here momentarily. And I'll be right back with you with the lineups for the USRA factory stock B mains. So USRA factory stock action going on here in your B mains on the racetrack as the yellow comes out. We got smoke. Wow, heavy smoke here. For the 107 car, Stephen Thompson out of Vivian, Louisiana. That looks like Cheech and Chong on tour there, folks. Oh, yeah. And now, not a joking matter. Now time for Stephen Thompson to get out of the car, folks. As it's gone under heavy fire here. As we're going to get him to exit out of that race car as swiftly as possible here. And get track crew over here. And props to the Architect Speedway track safety personnel for being right there. Johnny on the spot getting that put out. As Stephen Thompson climbing out of the race car there, folks. Obviously, no joking matter there, folks. Didn't see the fire till we got down there in 1 and 2, but glad to see that Stephen Thompson right here out of Vivian was able to climb out of that race car. May need a little bit of assistance there, but it's always good to see. You know, Brian Bell, one of the well-respected guys around, been around racing around the Architects for quite some time. He once told me that fire doesn't discriminate, and it does not. As he's a wise man, and fire definitely does not discriminate, but we're glad to see that Thompson is able to prevail over that battle with the fire there and get out, unfortunately for his race car and for his fortunes tonight, but he'll live to fight another day. So the top 4 will transfer directly out of these USRA factory stock B mains. Of course, we locked in the top 12 from heat race action tonight using the passing point system. As we'll have to roll in this fluid over here at the top of turns 3 and 4 before we can go back to the green flag. So, again, we'll be taking the top 4 directly to the main event tonight. As, again, the top 12 in passing points was taken out of the heat races earlier in the passing points. They'll roll in that fluid. We got it all the way around the racetrack. So, and I promise you, any of the drivers that have raced or still currently racing will attest that it gets pretty slippery when you drive in there and hit one of them slick spots. So they'll try to roll that in the best that they can. Who you think's going to win this race? You got a number you like out there?
I think 21's going to win.
21, not a bad one. We call him Scuba Jones these days. If you saw him, you saw him go snorkeling down to the infield at the Revolution Park last week, and he went for a splash. We call him Scuba Jones. It's no more Bubba Jones. My good friend Scuba Jones. You can go see him on Friday nights down at Sabine Speedway in Manny, Louisiana, now promoting that place. As Bubba Jones in car number 21 won a race here last year from the 14th starting spot, and one of the best races I've seen here on just a Saturday night weekly racing event in quite some time. Bubba Jones out of Provençal in car number 21 of the LCC Trucking Outlaw chassis number 21 leads us back to the green flag with Dakota White and car number 15X. The lights are out. Top 4 to the main event. The lights are out. We're underway. Back underway. Hustling back into turns 1 and 2 on the restart. Off of 2, down the back straightaway. 4th and final transfer spot up for grabs. They're door-to-door for it in the turn number 3. Good race shaping up for the 4th and final transfer spot in this one. Down the back straightaway, Luke Wheat in the 3rd spot right now, comfortably inside of the show. Here comes the 00 rolling up the inside. Hey, TJ. Uh-oh, we got problems in 3 and 4. And a log jam collects several of them. Stony DuBois on the 1 gets the worst end of that deal in car number 1. And Stony DuBois says, thank you very much, Mr. Flagman. As he'll get the yellow flag paper served to him there. With 5 laps to go. As it was heating up there for the transfer spot, Luke Wheat around collects 00, and the one of Stony DuBois got the tail end of that one. So right now, Royce Jones out of Troop, Texas in the 00 has the 4th and final transfer spot. Austin Turner inside of the transfer as well. And the number 15, he sits 3rd. Dakota Wyatt out of Provençal in the number 15X O'Reilly Auto Parts entry. And Bubba Jones, your race leader in car number 21. So re-racked and stacked here on the restart. Delaware double file restart. Bubba Jones out front with the race lead of the LCC Trucking Best Engine Power number 21 Outlaw Racing chassis. It'll be up to Jones to relight the candles and get the party restarted, to put his foot through the firewall. We're back underway in 21. USRA factory stock action, always hot and heavy here at Arklatex. We'll have the 20th running of the O'Reilly Auto Parts. Say that 3 times fast. Will be coming up here in October once more, October 15th, 16th, and 17th. As the 00 Troop Texas racer Royce Jones up to the 4th and final transfer spot. Luke Wheat trying to serve him papers. 00 says, we'll go ahead, we'll see you in court. Into turn number 3 as they head down the back straightaway. The turn number 3, Stony DuBois rolling back towards the front. He's up to 5th now in 1. Bubba Jones long gone in 21. Dakota Wyatt up to 2nd, knocking on the door. A pair of good friends out of the same area in Central Louisiana. They're Sabine Parish area racers that competed a lot against one another down at Manny's Sabine Speedway. 2 laps to go for Bubba Jones in 21. Tick-tock, the race clock goes. DuBois better get up on the wheel, and he better go now. He'll give a bumper to Turner in the number 15. He's got to know he's inside the show. Doesn't want to get to knock it too hard, because he'll knock himself right out of the dance tonight. Final time for the number 1 of DuBois to do anything as Turner has 3rd. 4th goes to the 00. Final time in the turns 3 and 4 from Provençal, Louisiana. Bubba Jones, your winner in 21. So Stony DuBois and the 1 will come up 1 spot short of going to the main event tonight. Troop Texas racer into the 00 of Royce Jones gets the 4th and final transfer spot. He'll go to the main event dance tonight. Number 15 of Austin Turner will go to the main event. The 15X out of Provençal, Louisiana, driving the O'Reilly Auto Parts number 15X. Dakota Wyatt grabs 2nd, and a pair of drivers right out of Provençal, Louisiana. That's down in Sabine Parish. Taking the win, the driver of the LCC Trucking Best Engine Powered Outlaw Chassis number 21, Bubba Jones, your winner in B21. I want you to get a good look at these cars and then tell me who you think's going to win this one, okay? You can do that? You'll tell me who you think's going to win this race?
No.
All right, well, I won't ask you again then. If he'd have said yes, then we would have gave him a chance, but we won't go back to him. Who you think's going to win? You got Kenneth Chamberlain. Who you got else? Connor Mewborn. You got Gary Harvin. How about I just give you the lineup? You tell me who you think's going to win. On the pole in this one, former top 5 finisher in the big 10,000 rank King of Boot Hill at the Hill. And the number 70 Panel Trust Soapy King Genuine RV. Number 70 Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain at car number 70 out of Jacksonville, Texas. Outside of the front row in the number 25 out of Falk, Arkansas, it'll be Gary Harvin. Gary Harvin, 2 times a winner last season at 67 Texarkana Speedway. Inside of row number 2, the 17-year-old Connor Mewborn. And the Central Heating and Air, Hadaway Towing Collision A&T Delivery, number 36. Jeremy Crumpler, pilots car number C8, Cole Cook, and the number 9C. The lights are out. Top 4 go to the main event. We're underway off of 4. I'd keep your eyes on the number 65 of Michael Turner. He'll be rolling his way forward as he's 3 wide right now with the number J27 accrued off. Down the back straightaway they go. Into turn number 3. Pork Chop, Kenneth Chamberlain going to look to dance his way out front to the top spot. He will. He'll lead by a car length over the number 36 of Mewborn as they hustle down the front straightaway back into turn number 1. Into 1 and 2, off the exit of 2. Down the hub of the racetrack goes Gary Harvin, keeping the top 2 within his crosshairs here as they roll into turn number 3. Tightly contested field right here in this B main for the factory stocks. Always expected USRA factory stock action to be hotly and tightly contested here. And here comes the 17-year-old Connor Mewborn taking a peek for the race lead. Not able to do it just yet, but he's putting the pressure on Chop. Chop says, oh boy, we better go now. He pushes off the exit of 4, and Connor Mewborn steals the race lead. Connor Mewborn has stolen the race lead right out of the hip pocket of the number 70 of Pork Chop, Kenneth Chamberlain, as they roll down the back straightaway. It's heating up in the top 3 cars. The top 4 all go to the dance. Right now they're underneath Grandma's knitted quilt. As it continues to be Mewborn, the 17-year-old young phenom here in the Arklatex leads in car number 36. The 70 of Chamberlain, 25 of Harvin. Now takes a peek on the 70 of Chamberlain, thought better of it. As you see that Mewborn running about a half a lane or a lane higher up on the racetrack, using that outside line momentum to his advantage. It really propels his way down the straightaway. Able to keep the 70 of Chop at bay. JT Turner has rolled his way inside of the top 4 as it'll be this time by 4 laps to go. 4 laps to settle the score here at Arklatex. Jeremy Crumpler at Sarepta's in 5th. He's 1 spot out of the show looking in. He's really going to have to get on the horse and get a whip to it, or hope for some kind of misfortune for these top 4 cars to make this main event here tonight at Arklatex. Michael Turner's feeling the same way, and so is the 27 of Crudoff, who ride 5th, 6th, and 7th respectively as we work down to it. Next time by, it's going to be 2 laps to go for Connor Mewborn, and Pork Chop Chamberlain putting the pressure on. 2 laps to go this time by. White flag being ready to be displayed this time by for the youngster Connor Mewborn in 36. White flag's been displayed. Final time. Off the exit of 2, setting sights down the back straightaway. Chop Chamberlain relinquished the race lead, was relegated, but he has not given anything less than hell for the top spot, and they roll off over Connor Mewborn, your winner in 36. Top 4 cars going to the main event tonight. The number 35S Hunter's Body Shop entry out of Minden, Louisiana. JT Turner grabs the 4th and final spot. third, we'll go to Gary Harvin out of Falk, Arkansas, car number 25. Second, we'll go to Jacksonville, Texas racer in the number 70. Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain, the Genuine RV Soapy King Panel Trust number 70. And taking the win, boy, he gets better and better every time he sits behind the wheel. It's Connor Mewborn, 17-year-old racer out of Texarkana, takes your B-Main number 2 USRA factory stock victory. On the pole of your USRA American Racer Modified Series first B-Main of the night. And the Day Motorsports Mac Tools by Bradley, number 12 IRP Racing Chassis. It's racing Jason Ingalls in car number 12. Outside out of Hallsville, Texas, in car number 1, it'll be Kevin Peters. Inside of row number 2, it'll be car number 34, Michael Walker. Outside of the Charlie Williams painting WRT Racing Team number 24, it's Mason Williams out of Falk, Arkansas. Sean Gaddis in the number 2S, Genuine RV Soapy King Panel Trust number 2S. Lights are going out for 12 laps in distance. And the top 4 are going to the main event. So the top 5 in this one will go to the main event right now in the 5th and final transfer spot for the time being. It's going to be Mason Williams out of Falk, Arkansas, the number 24, 2S Stephen Gaddis. 34 of Michael Walker working on the back bumper to the number 21 out of Hallsville of Kevin Peters. Has long gone out front at this juncture by his lonesome is the number 12 of Jason Ingalls. Jason Ingalls out front rolling the top shelf of the racetrack with reckless abandon. Rolling up top like a yo-yo with no string, winding it up in car number 12. Jason Ingalls gone, and look out, Gaddis through the infield. He'll drop a few spots. Not what he was looking for as Wagoner, Oklahoma racer to the 4. Jared Russell goes to 5th now. Exactly what wanted to play into his hand is Russell now goes to the 5th and final transfer spot. As we're already halfway into this one. Look out, Michael Walker caught the Uke tire, and around he goes. And the caution flag very well may come out here, and it will. So that's a tough break for Michael Walker, but sitting in the 3rd spot there. As again, taking the top 5 to the main event tonight, race fans, taking the top 5, and Michael Walker sitting in the 3rd spot. Just lost the handle down there, caught the skidder tire, and around he went, set up a donut shop, and open for business a little bit longer than he had bargained for, and he'll have to get assistance here and push back off down to the infield in 34. That opened up the door for Jared Russell in the 4R and really played to the favor of the number 2S of Gaddis, who had also nearly lost the handle down there in 3 and 4 as well. And that Panel Trust number 2S car. And right there looking to get into the mix, Jason Sarton who from the drop of the hat in the heat race earlier, just bad misfortune, wasn't able to turn a lap in his heat, and that 17 car right there on the brink of going to this main event tonight. Got to be making his brother Jack pretty proud over there. Jack, a USNTS modified winner at the RPM Speedway last season. Not sure where Jack's at, but holla at your boy, Jack Sarton. Racing Jason Ingles leads us back to the green flag. About to open up the door for a few cats in here as we go off into turns 1 and 2, and they set sights off of 2 down the back straightaway. Here comes Jason Sarton. He's certain he wants to go to the main event tonight. Jason Sarton going 3 wide for third off the exit of corner number 4. It's heating up as Jason Ingles all out front by his lonesome. He is way up top for Grandpa keeps the best of bourbon. All the way up there where the kids can't find it, folks. The number 12 car is long gone out there by his lonesome in the Day Motorsports Mac Tools by Bradley, number 12 IRP chassis. Got the Keith Tidwell RKT operating, singing a song on the top ropes of the racetrack, and he carries that tune down the back straight with a 3 wide for 4th. 3 wide back here for the transfer spot, baby. How bad do you want it? 3 wide still for 4th. Off the exit of 4, Sarton goes in the inside of Gaddis, sits him down, takes him a seat. Jason Sarton now holds the 5th and final transfer spot as the Wagner, Oklahoma racer Jared Russell steps it up top and look out. Big man Manuel Williams goes around, collects one at the tail, and the yellow comes back out. So if you're Jason Sarton, you got to feel really, really good about yourself right now. He might feel a little bit better if he can pick up another spot or two, but right now has fit himself inside that 5th and final transfer spot in that red and checkered number 17 car. After not even turning a lap in his heat race performance earlier, I'm not sure what went awry with the race car, but obviously has to be feeling pretty good about himself right now, sitting in the 5th and final spot. They were 3 wide for it just as the caution flag came out. We'll see what happens with Jason Ingles out front dominating this one in 12. Gaddis throws his hat back into the ring, and the 2 car will try to be back in the mix here as they roll off the exit of 2 down the back straightaway. Wayne Hart right there behind the 2S of Gaddis. They're flanked door-to-door for 5th. Off the exit of 4, down the front stretch they come into turn number 1. Here comes Mason Williams in the number 24 on Ingles with 2 laps to go. Racetrack looks like it's really coming to shape here, and that's what you want to see. Look at Jason Sarton go to the top ropes of the racetrack and find some stick and some dig, puts his foot to the firewall. Hello and goodbye to Kevin Peters in car number 21. Sarton has found something late here. He'll feel pretty good about himself. He can finish 3rd in this one. Again, after that heat race, they did not go to his liking earlier tonight. As Mason Williams, final time down the back straightaway, has 2nd. It looks like it'll be all she wrote as Williams gives it one last ditch effort. It won't come up. It'll come up short as the number 12 of Jason Ingles, your winner in 12. So I believe your top 5 cars go to the main event out of Wagner, Oklahoma. Car number 4, that'll be Jared Russell. Jared Russell goes to the main event tonight, taking the top 5. Car number 21 out of Hallsville, Texas. In the 21 is Kevin Peters. 3rd, how about that run for the Terrell, Texas racer in car number 17 of Jason Sarton. 2nd in the WRT Racing Team, Team 5 Enterprise, number 24W, Mason Williams. He grabs 2nd. And the driver to the Day Motorsports, Mac Tools by Bradley, RKT operating 1-3 designs by Lane Smith. Number 12, Mr. IRP Racing, Jason Ingalls, your winner in car number 12. On the pole of your second USRA American Racer Modified Series B main event. So Day Motorsports B main number 2. It'll find big man Manuel Williams on the pole out of Falk, Arkansas, on the WRT Racing Team, Pro 1 Transmission Team 5 Enterprise number 24. Outside of the Grand Saline, Texas, car number 64 is Casey Fowler. Inside of 2 is Casey Roderick, the Georgia racer, in car number 25. Going at it. Oh, boy, Manuel Williams hard into the front straightaway wall. Look out. That almost got extremely nasty, folks. Nasty for big man, to say the least. He's in the cockpit there shaking his head. And you can understand it almost was worse than it already was. He'll take a licking and he'll try to stay kicking here. So the driver to watch in this B main, folks, will be Tanner Mullins, who for whatever reason missed his heat race earlier. I'll try to check with Bryce Hall, see if he has any inside information on that. And see if we can find out any information on what had been the misfortune for Mullins in his heat race. So I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, the car to keep your eyes on, multi-time USMTS modified winner in his career, Wichita, Kansas racer here in the pink 02 car, or the Love 2, whatever you want to call it, is going to be Tanner Mullins. Mullins will be working his way to the front. That there will be no doubt. So keep your eyes on him. He's only got to pass 6 race cars. but he will be a factor, so keep your eyes on the car starting dead last in this race. We'll re-rack him and stack him with Grand Saline, Texas racer Casey Fowler on the pole with Casey Roderick to his outside. Trevor Hughes in 112 out inside of row number 2 with Devin Havlick in the number 5D. Dakota Dale in 37D. They're 3 wide back here for the transfer spot, and they are all over the Arklatex Speedway. This is what you come to love about this racetrack. The land of the 3 wide living up to the moniker right now. Woo! Johnny Powers only got sideswiped on the front straightaway. Did get a little bit of his biscuits there on the front straightaway. The right side of the number 6D sideswiped, and the number 48 has problems. That's going to be Taylor Ratliff, broken left front tie rod. Something broken on the front end suspension on the number 48 while he shows smoke, and he'll exit the back straightaway under his own power. Rolling the outside of the racetrack with reckless abandon. He's got her rolling good now. Trevor Hughes is rolling the outside with reckless abandon, a lot like Jason Hughes was. We'll see how much momentum he can wind up and if he can pick off these few cars that are up in front of him. The battle back here for transfer, heating up. Donnie Powers in the transfer spot right now. Here comes Tanner Mullins. Told you to keep your eyes on Mullen. No surprises here. He's going to work and execute his way forward, as right now Powers has it, holding off the F2R of Reed as well as the number 37D of Dakota Dale. Be a long drive back home for the 37D of Dakota Dale. If he cannot make this main event tonight, and a slight job on the 112 that time. Devin Havlick is here to put on a show in Vivian, Louisiana tonight. All the while, Casey Roderick getting wound up top as Casey Fowler. We got a great battle going on for transfer, a battle for the race lead, and a battle for second. What more do you want, race fans? This is heating up for the race lead. It's heating up for second. It's heating up for transfer. What more do you want, race fans? And Tanner Mullen storms his way to the 5th and final transfer spot. Or storming his way forward. Down the back straightaway, here comes Roderick with a slight job. No, holding him down for the race lead. These guys don't want to get the racing too hard. Arklatex Speedway is heating up, baby. Mullins knows he's got to go, and he's got to go now. Only 4 laps to settle the score. He's picked one more off. The F2R of Reed. Here comes Mullins. And a cross under down the back straightaway. One slider deserves another. Roderick to the race lead. And you got a good one brewing here, race fans. And the 64 Fowler can't get back by. One more car to pick off, and we may get a caution at the top of turns 3 and 4. 37D of Dakota Dale over the top of 3 and 4 has come to a screeching stop, and that may halt the great battle, and it will. The caution comes out. Wow. Oh, baby. Race fans, that's why we love Arklatex Speedway right there, isn't it? If you didn't like what you just saw on the racetrack, you could turn to your neighbor like you're at church tomorrow morning and say, hey, if you don't like what you just saw right there, then you don't like dirt track racing too much, do you? Yeah, if you don't like what you just saw, folks, there ain't nothing else I can do for you tonight. Wouldn't be a bad time to go ahead and pack it on up for you. I mean, there was so much going on, I couldn't keep up with it, obviously. But Casey Roderick exchanging pleasantries with the number 64. The driver of the MB Custom, number 64 out of Grand Saline, Texas, Casey Fowler. They're going at it. All the while, Tanner Mullins picking the pockets of every driver in front of him, and he has one more to pick as the 6th car of Donnie Powers out of Henderson, Texas, right now has the 5th and final transfer spot. Tanner Mullins rolling to the front quick, fast, and in a hurry. And it's anybody's guess who's going to get inside of this dance tonight. The Grayson is outstanding all the way through the top to the tail. What more do you want, race fans? So we'll see if Casey Roderick can hold him off here. Fowler, Havlick, Hughes, Powers, Mullins. We're back underway. We'll see what happens down here in turn number 1 as they hustle on the restart. Mullins goes and picks the pocket. They're 3 wide for 4th off the exit of 2 down the back straightaway. Mullins just got 2 for the price of 1. It's a how bad do you want it? Show me what you got. Saturday night slugfest and B-main action with 3 laps to go. Roderick has found his lane on the racetrack he feels comfortable with. As all of a sudden, here comes Reed. He bobbled big time off the exit of 2. Powers has a run down to his inside. Hughes around the hub and the 7-1-2 as they exit corner number 4 with 2 laps to go. Johnny Powers on the brink of not going to the main event tonight. He does one last prayer. The white flag going to be coming out this time by Johnny Powers. Has a screaming up top. Wow, 7-1-2 kind of slammed the door shut on him. Looking to see who's going to get this final transfer spot. Right now, it's going to be Trevor Hughes. And here comes Tyler T into the mix now on the final lap. We'll see if either Hughes or Townsend can get the job done as Casey Roderick, the Georgian, is going to coast his way to a checker flag victory in B-main action and a hard-fought victory. As Hughes holds off and grabs the 5th and final transfer spot, that was exciting. And a pretty exciting B-main there, folks. And a pretty exciting B-main nonetheless. That's what you want to see at a B-main action. That's the last chance for all these guys to make the main event, and they gave the most of it. As a 7-1-2 of Trevor Hughes will come home in the 5th and final transfer spot. Tanner Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas, and the 0-2 will finish in the 4th spot. Davin Havlick in the number 5D out of Waterloo, Iowa, and his MB Custom chassis number 5D will go to the main event tonight, as well as Casey Fowler out of Grand Saline, Texas, the MB Custom number 64. And how about it, folks? The Georgian takes the win in car number 25. How to big Arclitex Speedway. Round of applause for Casey Roderick in car number 25. B-main action for the USRA Limited Modifieds now. Rolling over the top of turn number 4 here. And on the pole in car number 213 out of Mod, Texas, that'll be Tim Strickland. Car number 18J, Jake Huckabee, going to be on the outside of the front row. Inside over number 2 in the PPG paints. Get rid of its sponsor, Shocking Shocks, number 14JR. Out of El Dorado, Arkansas, Michael King Jr. Outside of Michael King in car number 61, it'll be Trent Kenward out of Mod, Texas. Inside of number 3 in car number 11 out of Benton, Louisiana, it's Troy Keith in car number 11. And the IRP chassis number 42, Landon Balden. And the number 42, top 4 will go to the main event out of this B-main for the Limited Modifieds. Top 4 for the USRA Limited Modifieds. As the lights go out, Tim Strickland on the pole. We're backing away off of turn number 4. Michael King Jr. has started to punch the time clock and go to work. He'll pull his sleeves up and get a little dirty here as he dives off into 1 and 2 to the inside of your race leader into the 2-1-3 of Tim Strickland. Strickland says no, serves him papers. King says we'll see you in court. Drives it deep off in the turns 3 and 4. Can't quite find enough momentum that time to take the race lead away. As Strickland continues to roll right now. Trent Kenward has other plans right in front of the race leaders. Top 4 cars go to the main event tonight. Jake Huckabee right now has that fourth and final transfer spot. Troy Keith in a sharp-looking race car for the 2022 campaign. And that red and black number 11. He's in the fourth and final transfer spot. And not counting the lap car, the number 61 of Trent Kimber, who's right now giving these guys hell that are trying to battle for the transfer spot. As Cody Tupper up top in that Abatic-sponsored black number 3 with the Dale Earnhardt lean forward number 3. Trying to pick him off and come forward. Tupper has been one of the hottest limited modified drivers in the region. That there is no doubt since about the midpoint of the 2021 season. Or 2020 season, if you will. As Tupper has been on a heater. As we work down to the white flag the next time by here. As Kidward really paying no favors, but I guess he feels good about himself, knows that he can run here with these top cars inside of transfer, just to not really have the good fortune on his behalf and loop the car. Came out right there in front of the black track, or came right in front of the field. And it's going to be all she wrote for Tim Strickland, who has really had a hot rod each of the last several times he's checked in the race here at Arklatex. He'll get a face full of checkered flag for his effort in B-main action. Tim Strickland dominates the Mod Texan in 2-1-3. 14 junior Michael King Jr. will grab second. Third goes to Jake Huckabee. And I believe Troy Keith at car number 11 grabbed the fourth and final transfer spot. So coming up just a little bit short of the transfer spot. Uncharacteristic for him to be in that position, but the Abatic-sponsored SimpleChurch.tv number 23 of Cody Tupper will throw around the trailer. We'll see him later on another dirt track Saturday night. Will not go to the main event tonight as Troy Keith grabs the fourth and final transfer spot in car number 11. Good run there for Jake Huckabee to finish in the third spot. Second will go to Michael King Jr. into the 14 junior. And taking the win from the pole position in car 2-1-3 out of Mod, Texas, Tim Strickland, your B-main number 1 winner for the USRA Limited Modifieds. Your second B feature for the USRA Limited Modifieds is on the racetrack and coming to the, or getting ready to come around here in a few moments, take the green flag, likely the next time around on the pole. 15-year-old racer Barron Prince in the number 9R car. Barron Prince out of Houghton, Louisiana, the A-Mark Metals, Arklatex Shop Builders number 9R, and an IRP Racing chassis for the number 9R of Barron Prince. Outside will be the 21XL of Taylor Bose. He rides out of Marshall, Texas. David Edwards from Natchitoches, Louisiana, the Allen Crawfish sponsored Express chassis number 3D. Out of Atlanta, Texas, in car number 4H, that'll be Thomas Holt. Inside of row number 3, Abigail Wilkerson out of Russ, Texas, in car number 4. Levi Wilkerson in car number 3. Stephen Hogan, pilots 18. He's out of Jefferson. Tim McDonald of Louisville in 30T. Bailey Turner rides in car number 24B out of Hooks. Mark Underwood Jr. Looks like he may not have been able to make the call in the K9 car. So the green flag has been displayed. First lap score to Taylor Bowes in car number 21XL. Good run for Bowes tonight, as Barron Prince has been really on the top of his game here. Came from 14th to 2nd in a main event held here at Arklatex last season. And this young man has been nothing less than stellar. Been fun to watch in the Creek Lake model, and been really fun to watch in this limited modified as well. As the son of Rowdy Prince, Barron Prince spares no expense behind the wheel of a race car. And right now, he has got the 3D of the Natchitoches racer, Daryl Edwards, working down to his inside. David Edwards. David Edwards in the Express chassis number 3D, working the bottom side of the racetrack. Edwards, a former winner here at Arklatex, as he executes and rolls down in the front straightaway in the 1 and 2. Tough break for the Atlanta, Texas racer Thomas Holt. Comes up limp at the top of turn number 2, and we'll have to go to the caution. So the 41 out of Atlanta, Texas, Thomas Holt, comes up limp there at the top of turn number 2. Has to get assisted off the racetrack here. And we'll go back green here in a few moments. A 3-lap score to this 10-lap affair. The Western Flyer chassis, number 21XL out of Marshall. Taylor Bowes, your race leader. So one to keep your eyes on anytime you come to the races anywhere around the Arklatex, whether you go to Boot Hill, down at Sabine, if he comes to 67, anywhere the 9R, Barron Prince may show up. He's one to keep your eyes on. This young man has really been impressive. Came over to the Revolution Park in Monroe, Louisiana last year, won his first ever start. And his first ever start at the Rev, it was really, really impressive. And the young man used that outside line and won the race on the top with just a couple of laps to go. And it was really impressive, to say the least. He'll be one to keep your eyes on in the future, as he's only 15 years of age. Barron Prince in that number 9R, sponsored by A-Mark Metals and Arklatex Shop Builders. Second generation racer, Barron Prince. He'll have his hands full on this restart with the Natchitoches number 3D of David Edwards. David Edwards, former multi-time Fall Southern Showdown winner down at Sabine Speedway. Lights are going out. Back to the green flag with Taylor Bowes, your race leader. Here comes Turner. Bailey Turner in the mix now, as only the top 4 go. The 18 of Hogan better get up on the wheel and crack the whip. Back down to the front straightaway into turn number 1 on this restart. Here comes Edwards now. Edwards smells blood in the water down the back straightaway. Fires one down to the inside of Bowes. Bowes says no. Off the exit of 4. Still continues to be Taylor Bowes out front with the race lead in 21XL. Bowes with a big bobble that time. Opens back the door, and the yellow flag waves once more here. B-main action. And not seeing it. Maybe debris on the speedway. As you see the debris over there at the top of turn number 3 just before the entry. That could be a cut-down tire waiting to happen. I didn't see how the right side of the 9R Apprentice car got ripped off there. Just slap missed it. As he's got the skirt ripped off the side of the 9R car. As Bailey Turner has rolled his way up inside of the transfer spot. He sits in 3rd as Prince relegated to the 4th and final spot. That means the 18 on deck, 1 spot out looking in, is Jefferson, Texas racer in the 18 of Stephen Hogan. Hogan's won his share of races here at Arklatex over the years, back in the old street stock Southern hot stock days, and didn't race for quite a few years, but's back in the saddle again and trying to get back in the groove. So to go back to the last completed lap, that will put so Taylor Bowes out of Marshall, Texas, your race leader. I'm telling you, keep your eyes on the 3D at David Edwards. He is the fastest car on the racetrack. Was passing the eyeball test. We'll see what he's got here. We go back to the green flag with 5 laps to go. Hogan looking to sidestep and put the 9R Prince outside of the show looking in. And he'll do just that as they roll off of turn number 4. This time Hogan up into the transfer spot in car number 18. Look out, Tim McDonald just drove it off steep and a little bit cheap as right now it broke for the 18 of Hogan. So Hogan on the way to the Heartbreak Hotel. He'll make the hard left to Elvis Presley Boulevard and the caution flag waves once more. And it's debris down to the middle of turns 1 and 2. This time, look out. And Edwards just misses it. So debris right there in the middle of turns 1 and 2. As unfortunate circumstances there for car number 18 as Stephen Hogan had worked his way by the 9R Baron Prince, grabbed the 4th and final transfer spot, and it went south on him. And had to take the hard left turn down to the infield. And that's a wrap for Stephen Hogan's night. Tough break for the Jefferson, Texas racer. And it looks like it's going to be all she wrote as well for Baron Prince. And it looks like Baron Prince is headed pit side. Unfortunate for him as well. So 4 laps to go. 4 cars go to the main event. And right now Tim McDonald has ended up in the 4th and final transfer spot for the time being. We'll see if anybody can get anything and take it from him here. As trying to get these final 4 laps into the history books. Bailey Turner's come on strong in this one. He'll work to the outside of the 3D of Edwards as they roll into turn number 3 as Bo still continues to be your race leader. They exit 4. Edwards just a little bit quicker off the exit of 4, and he's better off the exit of 2. Turner was a little bit better getting in, not so much this time. Good finish to the line. Taylor Bowes holds off 3D at David Edwards. Bailey Turner to the main event as well as Tim McDonald in car number 32. Unofficially, your top 4 cars going to the main event tonight. The Harley-Davidson number 32 at Tim McDonald will go to the main event. Bailey Turner out of Hooks, Texas in car number 24B will finish in the 3rd spot, transferring as well to the main event tonight. Good run for the Natchitoches, Louisiana racer in car number 3D of David Edwards in the Allen Crawfish number 3D car, and taking the victory. And number 21 XL out of Marshall, Texas, Taylor Bowes, your winner of the B-Main for the USRA Limited Modifieds. And I believe that's a wrap for all of the B-Main action tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be set to go main event racing here in just a few moments. A-Mains to come here at Arklatex. We thank all of you great race fans for being here to this juncture. Hope you'll stay for our final 5 races of the night as we work down to it here on our opening night of the 2022 racing season here at the Arklatex Speedway, and I think the racetrack's shaping up really nicely here for some great main events on a great racetrack. We'll see what happens. It should be fun. Your first main event of the night rolling onto the racetrack here in Vivian, and it's going to be a Pro Mod feature event. A little trigger happy there, folks. We were going, then we weren't. So we'll have an original restart here, ladies and gentlemen. As your first main event on the night, 20 laps in distance will be the Pro Mods here at Arklatex, and on the pole it'll be car number 4V out of Vivian, Louisiana, Doug Vick Jr. Jason Beasley out of Oil City or Vivian, Louisiana, on the outside of the Jay's Lawn Care, KTI bodies number 16. Jeffrey Boucher in 4. Shreveport's 43J of BJ Cook. Lights are out. We're back underway. Door for the race lead early in this one. These guys have had great battles over the years. They'll go at it tooth and nail. Vic Jr. and Beasley. Door for the race lead. Beasley leads lap 1. Beasley hustles and strolls his way down the boulevard, rolling right to the middle lane of the Arklatex Speedway. Uses that momentum to his advantage. Looks to separate from Vic Jr. Vic Jr. right there, ready to pounce. Anything to chew on. If 16 throws him a bone, yet to throw him one as he exits 4. 16 of Beasley, rolling right now with a race lead. Jason Beasley wants a dub here at the home stretch more than anybody. I'd say just about as any one of these guys. He has been long overdue for a victory, and boy, if he could get one, it'd be a heartfelt victory lane celebration for him. As 16, though, a long way to go, yet 17 more laps of ground. The home racetrack here at Arklatex for Jason Beasley. About 6 foot, I'd say about 6'6" outside of the race car, call him the Gentle Giant. And if he holds off, you'll see just how big of a fella he is, folks. Beasley right now hitting his marks, driving a flawless race to this juncture. No mistakes for 16. Lap traffic. Could it become a factor? It will be a reality before too long as the 8, the 14, a pair of cars just up in front of the nose of the 16 of Beasley continues to work its way flawlessly around the Arclitech Speedway here tonight. And your first main event of the afternoon, 15 laps to go. 5 are scored here in Vivian. Here comes Vic. A little bit of a bobble that time on entry for the 16 of Beasley. He exits flawlessly in 16. Now he's going to have to pick and go, and where he's going to go and where he's going to hide. Lap traffic, 2 lanes, 2 different lanes up in front, the 14 and the 8. It's Whitehead and the 8 of Thomas. Here comes Beasley. Look out off the 4. He's going to work on the lap traffic, and the 8 car, boy, he has no idea how much of a danger he is to these top 4 or 5 cars. Have mercy. Down the back straightaway. Beasley, woo, he can breathe a sigh of relief now. But at some point, he'll get back to him. The 8 car exits. He is done for the night. He'll throw in the fun towel for now as the 14 of Whitehead getting disposed of. As it'll be at some point they'll work back to him as these top few cars are under a torrid pace. 11 laps to go this next time by. Beasley really loose off the exit that time in 16. As Beasley kind of slows up a little bit on the entry, opens up the door for Vic Jr. to get closer and tuck in tow. He'll bring along the 4 and the 43J along with him. So it's Beasley, it's Vic Jr., it's Bechet, and then it's Cook. The 11 of Robbie Hickman has rolled his way inside of the top 5 of car number 11. The top 4 cars on the same straightaway right now. It's a 16 of Beasley. Look out, right in front of Beasley goes Randy Darlin. Look, woo. That was a close call. Woo. Jason Beasley just saw it all flash right before his eyes as the number 33 of Randy Darlin sets up a major donut shop right in front of him. And boy, he went spin cycle. And the number 16 needs to change his underwear, folks. I'm telling you right now, that was a close one. Randy Darlin looping her at the worst possible time just as the 16 of Beasley works with 10 laps scored and 10 laps to go. Beasley has got a few very tough customers back there looking to nip at his heels. Made just a few mistakes so far in this race, but overall driven a flawless race at this juncture for the number 16 of Beasley, trying to get a hometown victory tonight and hold off the hometown hot shoe of Doug Vick Jr. These two have went at it many times on Saturday nights, with the 4 via Vic Jr. coming out on top more often times than not. But Beasley feeling like tonight could be his night. As long overdue and well-deserved as anybody in this field tonight for these pro mods. But Doug Vick Jr. going to make him earn it each and every circuit. And don't count out Jeffrey Bechet in car number 4. He's long overdue for a dub. BJ Cook right there sniffing it. He's in the mix. Robbie Hickman's rolled his way up inside of the top 5 in car number 11. Jeff Rice in the mix as the lights will get ready to go out. We'll go back to the green flag here. Not this time. Can Jason Beasley hold off these fielded heavyweights behind him? Back underway, Beasley hits his marks well on this restart, separates himself by a car length and a half. They hustle down into turn number 1 on the restart. Vic Jr. gets disposed of by Bechet. Bechet will set his sights. It's a pair of 4s, 2 and 3 right now with the 11 of Hickman rolling past the inside, and he gets the business. Almost given all the way to him there by the 43J, shows him some mercy. Off of turn number 4. Beasley, and we got the field from fourth on back involved in a skirmish over here, and we'll go to the caution once more. So those drivers from fourth on back all involved in a little bit of a scuffle there in turn number 4. As Cook and Hickman were kind of getting together just a little bit during that short green flag run. And I'm not sure what B.J. Cook's hold-up is here, but not sure if he's just waiting on the field to come around here or he's waiting to get a push here. But Jason Beasley looking to hold him off for the final 9 circuits in this 20-lap main event. He's led all 11 laps so far to this juncture. 9 laps feels like an eternity for a guy like Jason Beasley who's trying to cash in on a victory, who's been long overdue here. He's won here several times in his career, but it's been a little while for him. As Beasley will look to hit his marks as Jeffrey Bechet worked his way and got around the number 4 via Vic Jr., the 5-time track champion here, Vic Jr. out of Vivian. Lights are going to go back out. We're backing away with Jason Beasley trying to hit his marks for 9 more circuits. We're backing away here at Arklatex. Jason Beasley looking pretty good on this restart with 2 more trips put into the books. Restarted with 9, down to 7 now. Into turn number 1 he goes. Beasley hitting his marks flawlessly right through that rubber at the bottom in 1 and 2, and he rolls right to the bottom in 3 and 4. It'll be interesting to see the different lines these cars utilize in the different divisions coming out. Factory stocks, and I think the mods will be all over this joint right now. These slick tires, interestingly enough, kind of more bottom dominant, but all the while I say it, they're battling, duking it out for second. But nobody upstairs on the racetrack, minus the 43J of B.J. Cook, who's giving it all he's worth, throwing all caution to the wind here late in this one. Beasley has gotten away out front, loving what he sees out of the proverbial rearview mirror right now. Hell of a battle for second between Bechet and Duck Vic Jr. Jason Beasley loving it. 3 laps to go the next time. Jason Beasley has driven an outstanding race on the 2022 season opener here in 16. Working down to it. The battle for second, it's been a dandy from the jump of the green flag of this 20-lap affair. Bechet right now holds on to it, relegating the 4V of Doug Vic Jr. Only 2 more trips around for Vivian, Louisiana's Jason Beasley in 16. Gonna have a happy wife and a happy life if he can get around this bad boy for 1.5 more trips. The white flag being displayed this time for car number 16 of Jason Beasley. Running scared out front, has no idea how far of an advantage he has out front. He'll hit his marks 1 more time down the back straightaway. He'll roll into turn number 3. Into 3 and 4 for the final time. He'll be receiving a face full of checkered flag. The bee's knees, the gentle giant. Jason Beasley wins night number 1 of the 2022 season opener at Arklatex. Well, Jason Beasley's is long overdue as any driver around the Architects. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause. Vivian, Louisiana's Jason Beasley, your winner in 16. This is why I call him the gentle giant, folks. He's about 6'7", and he ain't too bad at sewing on an old steering wheel here. Son, anytime you get to hold off Vic Jr. and you hold off Jeffrey Bechet, Doug Vic Jr., man, it's always tough. Let's face these great race fans and the racing dirt cameras. And anytime you know them guys are nipping at your heels there, you know you got to get up on the wheel, and that tonight you did, my friend.
Yeah, I felt like they was on me the whole time, but I think I had a little spot. But this car's got so much drive. It's a little tough through the corner, but I'll take it. But appreciate all you fans coming out tonight.
Long overdue, man. You've won here before. You've had great battles with him, but I'm sure it feels nice for 16 to come on top of that 4V car tonight.
Yeah, in hot laps a while ago, we completely broke a distributor, and my buddy Jeff tore this one apart. I went home and got another one, stuck it in there, almost barely made the heat race, won it, and here we are again.
How good does this just feel to boost morale for you, go into the shop this week? I mean, your whole family, your wife, y'all love racing, but it's got to feel really good when you go back to the shop.
Yeah, a lot of hours put in on this thing, and to come out with a victory, it's great.
Thank all your great folks to help you out real quick, bud.
Sinla RV, Colburn's Plumbing Supply, Dirt Defender. My best friend Jeff, he works his tail off on this thing. My wife and everybody out there that supports me.
Congratulations, my friend. Well deserved.
Thank you, brother.
There he is, folks. Jason Beasley, your Pro Mod winner tonight. No, we got to hurry. You wish he was racing yet?
No, not yet.
I hear you. How about Rollo Pilkington, folks? And, typically 22 car, but he's a little bit different role here tonight. More importantly, give a hand one more time for the number 16 driver, Jason Beasley, tonight's Pro Mod winner here in Vivian. How about leading out this field, Ace Hennigan's 1939 Ford Coupe? Winnigan, Hennigan, that's where it all began right there, ladies and gentlemen. The old Ace Hennigan. And driving that bad boy tonight, the 2009 Arklatex Championship winner, Brad Franks. So that was a modified back in the 60s. So Thomas Ace Hennigan of Marshall, Texas began his racing career at Hallsville Speedway in the early 1960s, where his aggressive driving skills earned him the full nickname Wild Child Hennigan. His number was number 1 inside the Ace of Spades, where he got the nickname Ace Hennigan. Ace built this modified car and raced it at Marshall Speedway, where he won many feature races and several championships in 1964 and 65. He teamed up with his friend Greg Franks to race Open Wheel Modifieds, and this is a 1939 Ford sedan. The next year, they built a 1936 three-window Ford Coupe, and he won Marshall's championship and won 10 features in a row at State Fair Speedway in Shreveport, Louisiana, which is a 1/2-mile dirt track. He was the first one to drive a stock car, get out of it, and climb into a modified and win in both. After back-to-back championships in stock car, he raced only modifieds. In the late 1960s, he met Larry Stenhouse. They built the car in which he raced at several racetracks: I-20 Speedway in Shreveport, Hilltop Raceway in Houghton, Longview Speedway, Devil's Bowl, and Texarkana. The unique engineering of the rear suspension of this car for maximum traction was Volkswagen torsion bars with wedge bolts on each wheel that most sprint cars run to this day. That number 1 machine driven by Brad Franks tonight. That is an old legend car here in the Arklatex, and it's pretty cool to see him pacing the field up in front of this USRA American Racer Modified Series main event. Again, that car was driven by Ace Hennigan. That's the grandfather of your pole sitter tonight, Chris Hennigan. So pretty cool that Ace Hennigan's hot rod from the 60s is going to lead this USRA American Racer Modified Series around. That's going to go 35 laps in distance. And with Chris Hennigan starting on the pole, and his grandfather's car is going to lead him around as the pace car tonight. Everybody up on your feet. This is a way to thank you, great race fans, the stars and cars of the USRA American Racer Modified Series, ready to bear arms tonight here at the Land of the Three Wide Arklatex Speedway for the first event of the 2022 season opener. So Winnigan, Chris Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas will start on the pole tonight in the Genuine RV Soapy King Panel Trust sponsored Rick Sis Performance powered GRT by Phillips chassis number 16. Winnigan Hennigan needs a win here at his home racetrack. Boy, he is long overdue. Been a little while since he's won here at the home stretch. We'll see what he's got tonight in 16, your pole sitter. Outside of Lubbock, Texas in car number 7X, Chris Dawson. Outside pole, Will Williams, the second. Lil Man out of Falk, Arkansas, and the 24M will start third. Outside, Big Daddy, Joe Duval on the DriveWFX.com, Mill Hamilton Ford, number 91 MB Custom, number 91 out of Claremore, Oklahoma. Inside of row number 3, starting 5th on the field out of Fayetteville, Arkansas, it'll be Tyler Wolf. Outside, Mike Dillard. Inside of row number 4, starting 7th out of Denham Springs, Louisiana, car number 15 is Chase Wascom. Dylan McCowan, and car number 8 out of Urbana, Missouri, starts 8th, starting 9th. Tristan Dykes trying to go back-to-back here in Vivian. Tommy Cannon out of Denham Springs in car number 718. Sean Gaddis, Kenny Gaddis in row number 5. 13th to 14th starter Casey Roderick, Jason Ingles, Mason Williams, Casey Feller. The lights are out. Winnigan, Hennigan with 35 laps the distance. We're underway off of turn number 4, and we're green and underway in a 1 at Arklatex. We'll stroll and roll down into 1 and 2 for the first time tonight. It'll be interesting to see the lines that these USRA modifieds elect to take and what lane will be the quick one when he come out on top with 35. Trips around the lane to the 3 wide. And right now they are fanned out all over this joint on the opening lap with Hennigan leading lap number 1. Chris will look to execute that Chris Hennigan line that's become so famous here. And right now he is doing just that as he'll wind it up and get a big screech and run down the front boulevard and start turning just after he gets to the flags and dive it down low into 1 and 2. That GRT by Phillips is screeching around the home racetrack tonight as Dawson opens up the door for Claremore, Oklahoma's Joe Duval. Duval rolling the hub and rolling it well. Manuel Williams in a comfortable fourth right now, battling with Fayetteville, Arkansas's Tyler Wolf in fifth. Back to sixth, Mike Dillard in 66X. As right now the battle for second's a good one early on in this one. Joe Duval, winner of the Rev at the Arm Series last season, washing way up outside of him, the 7X of Dawson, but Dawson fourth right down the front straight with a much heavy steam of momentum. He'll continue to relegate the advance of the 91 of Duval as we get our first caution for Casey Roderick down here at the bottom of turn number 4. First caution of the USR American Racer Modified Series main event with 4 laps scored of this 35-lap affair with 31 laps to go. You see the lap counter over there at the top of turn number 3. That'll help you keep track of how many laps we have remaining in this one. Real quick, race fans, I have a black Chevy Cobalt license plate number 0MB927. 0MB927. On the back of your car, it says, "I love the Constitution," I think. Trying to read it the best I can, but it's a Louisiana plate, a black Chevy Cobalt, 0MB927. I need you to move your car. Excuse me. I need you to move your car as soon as possible, please. 0MB927, black Chevy Cobalt. I need you to move your car as soon as possible. And one more time, just for good measure, while the cars are on the back stretch, in case it's hard for you folks to hear, I got a black Chevy Cobalt 0MB927 license plate number. I need you to move that vehicle as soon as possible, please. Thank you so much for your cooperation in advance. So Winnigan, Chris Hennigan, leading the first 4 laps of this 35-lap affair tonight here at the home stretch tonight. And the lights are gone back out, and Wyatt Williams has the green flag in hand, ready to throw it back over Winnigan, Chris Hennigan. Dawson and Duval, Williams and Wolf, your top 5. We are back on our way. Dylan McCowan trying to crack the top 5 right now, right there along in tow with the Fayetteville, Arkansas racer Tyler Wolf as he goes to the top shelf of the racetrack. First car to really test the outside waters way upstairs. As we exit corner 4, we're going to keep our eyes on the 02 of Wichita, Kansas racer Tanner Mullins, see how far forward he can pull. He starts 20th in this field, and he has already picked off quite a few. The My Race Pass live timing and scoring has not been up to par working expectations tonight, so it's kind of hard to give you lap times. Oh, look out, Tyler Wolf. That about got ugly. Diamond way off the top shelf of turn number 2 and set himself down the back straightaway. So Wolf will be one to keep your eyes on. Just about came down and caught a little bit too much of that fluff and came right down, nearly caught the 8 of Dylan McCowan. But nonetheless, was able to corral it, and he's trying to get something cooking up top. He's got a head of steam trying to reel in the 24M of Manuel Williams, and continues to roll right there on that bottom side of the racetrack. It's going to be fun to watch Tyler Wolf, but man, he's going to have to get it a little bit more cleaned off to get it to work for him. As right now, Chris Hennigan, your race leader. Be a big-time victory tonight if Chris can go back to victory lane. First ever USMTS victory came here in the 2013 season. He's in a Skyrocket Racing chassis for Kelly Shryock. And again, back-to-back one in 2014 in a GRT race car. And now finds himself in a GRT by Phillips. As one around to the middle of turns 3 and 4. Hard to tell from my vantage point who we're looking at again. And maybe Roderick again. Again, I don't have a clean look from this vantage point. Yeah, it's been a rather unorthodox go for Roderick, the Georgian. The first 2 cautions he being involved in. of this USRA American Racer Modified Series feature event. And that may be all she wrote for car number 25 for this dance. So Chris Hennigan, so far to this juncture, has led all 10 laps. Got to lead 25 more of them. So Chris Hennigan, you know, some folks that may be watching up in the Midwest or watching on Race Center throughout the country, you may not be too surprised to see that one of these hometown guys and, you know, guy, especially like Chris Hennigan leading this race. And there's probably not much of a surprise to anybody even watching here tonight. I can't say it's a surprise. But for Chris, who would tell you that he's really kind of been struggling lately. Like he went to USMTS at Petty at Rocket Raceway Park to kick off the year and just had a tumultuous go of it. Got crashed out on Friday night, didn't come back for the Saturday portion. And this would just be a major shot in the arm with this field of competitors here if Chris can get back to victory lane. Everyone knows he can do it any given Saturday night, especially here at his home racetrack. But Chris feels like he needs this win as much as anybody, and he's long overdue and deserving as we're back underway. And a little bit of contact with Duval, and now more contact. Look out, Tyler Wolf. That almost got ugly. Got a little bit ugly, but she could have got uglier, and it got hairier than Carrie there for a few moments. As there was contact that was initiated at the start there off the exit 2 with the 7X of Dawson and Duval, and the 4W of Wolf had a head of steam on the top shelf, and they were just right there for the meeting. And he went over to turn 2 for the taking. And that's not how he was hoping that thing would transpire, but unfortunately for him, he's got a lot of front nose damage on the 4W car. So the 4 car, Tyler Wolf from Fayetteville, Arkansas, will have to go to the tail here. Chris Hennigan leads us back to the green flag here in Vivian tonight. Duval has her wound up on the outside of Dawson, throws him a little bit of a hammer, and debris down in turns 1 and 2. Not sure what came off of either one of those race cars, but giving the 91 a little bit of the business, the 7X of Dawson. And we'll see if the 91 crosses him once more. They go back down into turns 1 and 2, tucked in tow. Exiting corner number 2, Dawson has been fast on the drop of the hat all night long. And don't look now, or look now, the 14T of Tristan Dykes is working his way forward. Tristan Dykes won his first ever main event held here, or first ever race here at Arklatex when the ARM Series ended last August. And right now, he's got himself a hot ride right around the hub of the racetrack. Working to the inside of the McKinney Texan, Mike Dillard. He'll dispose of him, and he'll work his way inside of the top 5 now in 14T. Exiting forward down into 1, Chris Hennigan still leads with 23 laps to go. Dawson's driving a little bit steeper and a little bit cheaper off the exit of 2. Scrubs so much speed off, and hey, when this racetrack's like this and Chris Hennigan can roll, well, like we say all night, that Chris Hennigan line, it is going to be a tough night for the rest of the competitors who are looking to lurk at his heels, because Chris Hennigan right now is working his own line and is playing right into his hands for the Marshall Texan. Into turn number 3. It'll be 21 laps to go this next time by for Winnigan Hennigan out of Marshall, Texas in 16. Dawson still rides second, being pressured by the DriveWFX.com male helmet and Ford number 91 MB custom of Big Daddy Joe Duval, the Claremore, Oklahoma hot shoe in 91. Manuel Williams is second with a good run, but everybody tippy-toeing around the bottom side of the racetrack right now, unless you're looking back to about the 8th or 9th spot. And you got Tommy Cameron, Chase Wascom, the pair of Denham Springs, Louisiana racers, with Tanner Mullins being brought along in tow to the outside of Kenny Gaddis. Oh, and around goes Kenny Gaddis in 1 and 2. Just caught a little bit of him was Mullins. Nothing intentional there. They were just hard racing. They come together on the entry to 1 and 2. Gaddis fanning out just a little bit, trying to make his corner down into 1. Caught the right of the left side of the 0-2 of Tanner Mullins, who's been working his way forward from the drop of the initial green flag. Started this race in the 20th starting position. And right now finds himself inside, I believe, the top 10. In the 10th spot, as a matter of fact. You see the left side of the 0-2 of Mullins' car kind of ruffled up there, as Mullins was on that top shelf of the racetrack. And Gaddis getting in. Again, nothing intentional there. Just good, hard racing. And unfortunately just got the beneficiary was Kenny Gaddis. And I know some racers don't like saying it was a racing deal, but, well, I think we'll have to chalk that one up to being a kind of a hard racing deal there. So we're down to a regular 20-lap dirt track Saturday night shootout when we go back to the green flag here. So in 15 laps, 20th starter, 0-2 from Wichita, Kansas, Tanner Mullins, 20th to 10th. He's already picked off 10 of them. If he can get 10 more in 20 laps, he'll go to victory lane, but it's going to be tough sledding each and every car he tries to pick off going forward here. As it's all Chris Hennigan all the time here at the home stretch tonight in car number 16. Dawson still runs second. Big Daddy Joe Duval's third. Manuel Williams is second. Rides fourth. Fifth is 14T of Tristan Dykes. Mike Dillard sits sixth. And all the way to really about 7th and 8th, where you found the pair of Denham Springs, Louisiana racers of Tommy Cannon and Chase Wascom, is really where business was starting to pick up. Everybody else was right around the same line of the racetrack, following along in tow behind Hennigan. Going green this time with 20 more laps to go around the Arklatex Speedway. USRA American Racer Modified Series ready to bear arms once more. We're backing away with the green flag out. Here we go. And one more being picked off on this restart, perhaps, for the number 14T of Dykes. Again, looking to go back-to-back here in Vivian, Louisiana tonight. 3 wide back here with the 02 of Mullins, the 64 of Fowler. Davin Havlick down there to the bottom of the racetrack as Gaddis up top there. So the top 5 cars are right there in each another's line off the exit of 4. You look back to 6 with Dillard and the 8 of McCowan, who are racing door to door. McCowan's trying to use that outside line with 15 of Wascom being brought along in tow. 718 of Tommy Cannon there. The 02 of Tanner Mullins. Oh boy, he got there's a bad bump down there in the 3 and 4. A little bit of character shaping up on the entry to turn number 3 here at Arklatex tonight. And we'll get our fourth caution of this main event, collecting 5 cars in this one. It all began with the Grand Saline Texan Casey Fowler looping his MB Custom chassis number 64 in the middle of turns 3 and 4. So 16 laps to go for car 16. Chris Hennigan, when we go back to the green flag. Again, that caution starting with the number 64 of Casey Fowler looping the car right there in 3 and 4. Not sure how that transpired, if he hit a character spot or just lost the handle over there, but it collected 4 other good race cars that all were behind him in tow there. The 5B of Havlick involved. I did not see what happened to Chris Dawson, our second place runner over here in turn number 2, but he looks like he's got damage on the front nose of the number 7X. Congratulations goes out to Kay Dillard tonight, the winner at the Cotton Bowl Speedway with the Southern Texas Late Model Series. The Southern Touring Late Model Series. Kay Dillard, $5,000 victory. They had a lot of big-time entrants over there this weekend. Tyler Stevens over there, the Ronnie Adams Memorial winner. Timothy Culp over there. Last night's winner went to B.J. Robinson, our 2007 Open Wheel Modified Track champion here in Vivian. B.J. Robinson, the winner last night at the Cotton Bowl Speedway in Page, Texas. But again, tonight the thriller Kay Dillard gets a $5,000 victory at the Cotton Bowl Speedway in Page, Texas. So the ASCS National Tour over at the Devil's Bowl Speedway tonight with Seth Bergman and Tony Bruce Jr. So Bergman and Tony Bruce Jr. started on the front row with Wayne Johnson, last night's winner, over at Devil's Bowl with the Lucas Oil American Sprint Car Series. Sam Haverty Jr., Tucker Dowdy, and Matt Covington. That's how the top 6 line up. I'll try to give you results if they come to us before this race event ends tonight. But that's the A feature lineup with Bergman and Tony Bruce Jr. on the front row at Devil's Bowl. Again, I didn't see what happened there with the 7X, your second place runner, Chris Dawson, but he's going off on the hook. Unfortunate for him. Hate to see it. $16 laps to go at Arklatek's car 16, your race leader, Chris Hennigan. That'll move up Manuel Williams the second to the third spot after the departure of the 7X of Dawson. We'll keep Dykes inside of the top 5. He rides fourth. Mike Dillard in fifth. We're backing away here at Arklatek's. Down the back straightaway. Here comes Manuel Williams on the outside of the 91 of Big Daddy Joe Duvall for second. He'll try to keep the car pinched down and keep that momentum wound up off the exit of 4. Great race for second at the line. And Mullins keeps picking them apart and moving his way forward. He's now up inside of the top 10, I believe, running ninth in car 02. He'll peek to the inside and slide up in front of the 718 of Cannon. So up to 8th from 20th. He's picked off 12 cars. Sorry, 7th spot. That's that Louisiana education for you. But Tanner Mullins is up to the 7th spot now in 02. As Duvall has gotten back around the 24M of Manuel Williams. As Chris Hennigan continues to do Chris Hennigan things here tonight at his home racetrack in Vivian. 13 laps to go. 12 to go the next time by for the Marshall Texan Chris Hennigan. Oh, and Manuel Williams goes over the top of 3 and 4. He saves it. Nearly went all the way over. Got 3 tires over the berm. 1 saved him, and he comes back on, but he loses 2 spots, but he holds on to 4th inside of the top 5 for Manuel Williams the second. Hennigan continues the lead. Big Daddy rides second, the 14T, and Tristan Dyke is third in 14T. Williams in fourth in 24M. And Mike Dillard rounding out the top 5 right now, and the caution flag waves once more. Michael Walker with much damage on the 34 will be assisted and pushed back off here. And we'll see if he elects to go to the tail. That car is battered and bruised up. And kind of a caution-plagued event here. We get 5 more laps into the history books there. We restarted with 16. We'll go back to the green flag with 11 laps remaining here. With Winnigan, Hennigan still your race leader in 16. So for 20th to 7th, Tanner Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas. I know a lot of the ladies in the house love that 02 car of Tanner Mullins. They love the pink. They love the heart on it. And he wants to find himself. He'd be loving it if he can go to Victor Lane tonight. Lights are going back out. 11 laps will remain here in your USRA American Racer Modified Series main event. Wyatt Williams with the green flag in hand, ready to drop it over Winnigan, Chris Hennigan when we go back into turns 3 and 4. Tristan Dykes, slow and steady inside of the top 3. Battled there on that restart with the 91 of Big Daddy Joe Duvall. Duvall said no, sat him back down, relegated him to 3rd. We'll see if Duvall or if anybody has anything for Winnigan, Hennigan tonight. It would appear to this juncture they do not, but that's why we race the entirety of this 35-lap affair. Back underway. They'll sell them off deep into turns 1 and 2. Exiting 2. Mullins trying to pick the pocket there. 3 wide for 5th down the back straightaway. Mullins to meet in that battle right now. Exiting corner number 4. Mullins to the inside of Dillard. They're still 3 wide down the boulevard. Dylan McCowan gets relegated. Here comes Mullins down to the inside of the number 66 of Dillard. And once more, the Maypearl Texan and 14T of Tristan Dykes working down to the inside of the 91 of Big Daddy. Joe Duvall says no, and look at the 0-2 of Mullins. Giving it an absolute H-E-double-L. He's trying to crack the top 5. He'll have to crack the whip if he wants to get the job done down the back straightaway. He will. Puts a whip to that bad boy. And he'll send that horse in the turns number 3 and 4. Look out, Tommy Cannon. That about got nasty. Gaddis avoids a disaster there. But once more, the caution flag comes out. We get 3 laps scored that time on that short green flag run. So from 16 down to 11, and now we'll go back to 8 laps on this green flag when we go back on the restart. So that time I didn't see how that transpired, but the 718 was turned around and sliding up the racetrack in reverse. And Gaddis avoided or evaded contact with him as he was sliding up the hill. And each and every one of these cautions are playing in the hands of the 0-2 of Tanner Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas. This will be the last double file restart. If for any reason we have a caution after this one, we'll go single file. Under 10 laps to go. So 8 laps remain. Winnigan, Chris Hennigan trying to hold him off here. And that GRT by Phillips Racing Chassis. And that Southern Roofing Panel Trust, Genuine RV, Soapy King, Rixis Performance Power GRT by Phillips number 16. And you got to know that all these restarts are... Well, Chris probably feels like they're breathing out his neck each and every time, but he has got a really good race car tonight. He's hit his marks each and every one of these restarts. He'll try to hit them more with 8 laps to go. We'll see how many more cars the 0-2 of Mullins can pick off as he pitches it down to the inside of the 66X again of Dillard, as he'll get flanked down to the bottom of the number 7 of Sean Gaddis. Door-to-door for second. Off the exit of 4. And Tristan Dykes, it was a dead heat that time behind the line. Big Daddy giving him all he's worth. He'll slide back and he'll go to second now. Mullins officially holding on to the 5th spot. Relegates Dillard outside of the top 5. He sits 6 now. As Mullins will go to the top ropes in the turns 3 and 4. There's a big hole in turn number 3, a big character spot, which has been initiating a lot of these cautions over there in turn number 3, upsetting some of these race cars, and guys just not being able to woe up their machines where they make contact with another as they're trying to corral their race cars. We'll keep our eyes on it as we work down to the final 5 laps of this main event. Hennigan, once again, has separated himself on this restart in 16. Chris Hennigan can do no wrong tonight as Tanner Mullins has got her wound up top, and the caution is out. Tyler Wolf was working his way up back through the field, but he has got a broke left front As his suspension all kind of out of sorts there, the number 4 W car, and he'll bring her down to the infield, and he'll stick a fork in his night, and he'll be DONE. Well done for the 4 dub. So unfortunate for some of the competitors that would like to go re-racked and stacked. It'll be a single file restart. As under 10 laps to go and multiple cautions, it'll be a single file restart. Series rules here. As Chris Hennigan doesn't mind it too much, but it hasn't really bothered or affected him too much nonetheless. As it'll be up to Chris Hennigan once again to send us back full throat to the green flag with 5 laps to go. We thank all of you folks for being here tonight for this Day Motorsports American Racer Modified Series feature event. 5 laps remain here, and the lights are out, and the green flag will come back out with win again Chris Hennigan trying to live up to that moniker and win again. And we are back on our way on this single file restart. 5 laps to go for the Marshall Texan Chris Hennigan. Back in the turns 1 and 2 on the restart. Hennigan hits his mark, separates himself by several car lengths. Nobody is able to get through turns 1 and 2, or really through 3 and 4. As Chris Hennigan has been able to do so all night. Is looking Mullins screaming to the outside of Williams. As Tanner Mullins has got the good out of that 0-2 car tonight. He says, I ain't heading back to Wichita, Kansas without have given it hell here at Arklatex tonight. Boy, he is rim riding the outside of the racetrack right now, and look out, that gets to the outside. They'll make a little bit of contact. Sending sparks into the Vivian night sky. And Tanner Mullins for 20th to 3rd in this one. And it's a good thing there's only 2 laps to go, because Mullins, if he had a restart again, hey, you never know. But 2 laps to go for the Marshall Texan Chris Hennigan. The white flag going to be coming out this next time by. He was once a United States Modified Touring Series winner here at Arklatex Speedway back in 2013. Did it again back in 2014. He has showed time and time again that he is undoubtedly one of the best modified racers in the country. And tonight, with 39 other competitors he had to dethrone, he'll do it again and live up to his moniker. Win again, Chris Hennigan from Marshall, Texas, wins tonight's USRA's American Racer Modified Series main event here in Vivian. Well, Tanner Mullins went ahead and told you that he ain't heading back to Wichita, Kansas without giving it absolute hell tonight. 20th to 3rd for Tanner Mullins. As most of you folks know, Chris is, we can get some words out of him time and time again. He'll be pretty fired up about this win. He does all his talking behind the wheel of the race car. He hit his marks each and every one of these restarts tonight and proved that there was no doubt he was the best race car and best driver here to the SRA American Racer Modified Series. And beat 39 other competitors here tonight. Chris said that's a long race. Getting ready to climb out, folks, for some hometown cooking tonight. Climbing out of the CNC Oilfield Services, Panel Trust, Genuine RV, Southern Roofing, Rollo's Auto Sales, Steve Hurt. Search, number 16. Here he comes from Marshall, Texas. It's win again, Chris Hennigan from Marshall, Texas. Chris, let's get on this side of the race car for the Racing on Dirt cameras. Man, You said it in the car. It was a long race. You had to hit your marks each and every one of those restarts. And, man, I know this feels really good to cash in on a win here to kick off the season.
Pretty good. The car was real good and kind of just drove itself.
After the season started in Petty at the USMTS race at Rocket a couple weeks ago, kind of got the car destroyed, man. It has to feel much better to come out. I mean, you beat 39 other very good competitors tonight.
Yeah, we went through everything on the car. We had to change motors, all kinds of stuff from Petty. And so, yeah, it was a lot of work.
How excited are you that you're back, able to race modifieds again here at this racetrack, week in and week out?
Pretty good. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be some good racing, I feel like.
I told you at the shop a few weeks ago you were going to give them hell tonight, and you're like, I don't know about that. You kind of undersell yourself oftentimes, but, I'm sure it'll be a pretty good week at the shop.
Also, you get lucky sometimes.
That's what you always say, but everybody knows that's a bunch of malarkey. Hey, it was a great race for you. Were you nervous each and every one of them restarts? I mean, Mullins came from 20th to 3rd. Ever concerned about that in the back of your mind?
I kind of had a good help over there, so I kind of knew where everybody was at. So
it's pretty cool when you pace around the racetrack at Ace Hennigan's old car, that old 39 Ford Coupe out there leading, and you're starting on the pole. I mean, were you thinking about that behind the wheel, like how cool that kind of is?
I tried to move him out of the way one time, but
I heard that, man. Let's hear about the great folks to help you out in this race car.
I knew we was racing for second when this son of a buck drew the pole.
That's Joe Duvall there, folks, coming home second tonight. Let's give a hand for Joe Duvall as well, coming home second out of Claremore, Oklahoma. But, yeah, let's hear about all the great folks to help you out in this race car.
Panel Trust, I got to get over here so I can see them. Southern Supply House, TQC, Southern Roofing, Rallo's Auto Sales, J&J, Career Search, Hibbs Funeral Home, Steve Hertz, and I know I'm missing somebody. I'm sorry. Donnie, they helped a bunch, and Tater he's a crew chief tonight, and Mike, so all them, thanks for helping.
I had a few diehard fans asking me tonight when we're going to see the next generation of Hennigan. People are asking when we're going to see him.
Hopefully next week, and I like to thank my wife and kids, too. Hopefully a race next week.
Congratulations, Chris. Well-deserved win tonight.
Thanks.
There he is, folks. Chris Hennigan takes it home and gets the win tonight here at Arklatex. We'll get a quick word here. Big Daddy, you came home second tonight, not without giving a little bit of hell out there, man. These guys, you were dicing it up with Tristan on those restarts and Dawson at one point. But like I said, Chris was the man with the plan tonight, I guess.
Yeah, like I said a minute ago, as soon as I knew the 16 car was starting on the pole, his home racetrack, I knew he was all racing for scraps at that point. He's really good at this place. They don't call him Win-Again, whatever they call him, but he wins a lot here, and good for him. It's cool to see this place opened up and, putting on some bigger shows and stuff. And hopefully just nothing but good stuff happens here in the future. I'd like to thank everybody that helps the 91 car. Drive at WFX.com, L. Hamilton Ford, Duval Electric, Jerry Bergman, Tax and Accounting, Daily Construction, Tristan's White Hats. And last but not least, my wife's credit card. And I always forget Greg Deathridge at Deathridge Opticians. Super great guy. Even if you don't get your eyes checked there, if you call him and give him your prescription, he'll mail them to your house.
Always appreciate you racing with us down here in this part of the down in the Arklatex, and we'll look forward to seeing you back next time.
I can't wait to come back.
There he is, folks. Claremore, Oklahoma's Big Daddy Joe Duvall comes home second tonight in 91. Give him a big Arklatex round of applause, folks. Real quick, I might get trapped down here. 20th to 3rd tonight. Hey, not too bad. You gave it all you had out there.
Yeah, we're just here to have fun, learn a little bit. Glad we could put on a good show for the fans, and hope to be back soon.
What happened in the heat for you to set you back tonight where you had to start 20th?
We had ignition problems, and we just couldn't track it down in time there. So, it's been a nice start towards the front, but we still had fun.
Great way to rebound and great way to put on a show.
Thank you.
There he is, folks. Tanner Mullins out of Wichita, Kansas. The USRA Factory Stock main event. USRA Factory Stock main event. This should be a good one tonight, ladies and gentlemen. On the pole in the J&M Sandblasting Outlaw race car number 88M out of Colfax, Louisiana, Joshua Martin and 88M on the pole. In the Triple X rocket out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the Dominator Racing chassis of Trouble Sean Graham out of Shreveport and Triple X. The Battle Wagon race cars number J27 is going to be Scotty Case. Michael Hurst to the outside of him in 24/7. Neil Kemp in Club 20 trying to go 3 in a row at 3 different racetracks. 20 laps in distance for the USRA Factory Stocks. Graham and Martin from the front row. We're underway down the boulevard in the one. They get through 1 and 2 of the first half of the field unscathed. I spoke a little too soon. The 9 of Laxton, or Delow, got out of the groove there. Here comes Vosberry in 00, slides up in front of the nose of the 24/7 on Michael Hurst. So Sean Graham continues to lead the first 3 laps of this USRA Factory Stock feature event here at Arclatech Speedway tonight. Scotty Case has picked the pocket of the 88M of Joshua Martin, relegates him to 3rd as Neil Kent rolling the outside in Club 20. Trying to dodge that hole over there on the entry to turn number 3. As they exit 4 down the front straightaway, Neil Kemp getting it wound up, putting that best engine to the test. He's found some real estate up top in that Remax Realty Team Smallwood number Club 20 Don Woody Racecraft entry. And put that Chuck Priestley best engine power plant to the ultimate test. Just can't find quite enough momentum as he looks to continue to reel in the 88M of Josh Martin for 3rd. Top 3 cars separated by the same distance right now as the exit corner number 2. David Fosbury with an outstanding run tonight for the young 17-year-old Shreveport, Louisiana racer. The 00 car up to 5th. They exit 4 down the front stretch into turn number 1. Michael Hurst, 1 spot out of the top 5, sits 6th. 7th is going to be Mighty Mike Wells, who rides 7th. 8th is the 5-0 of Brandon Brown tonight, the hired gun for Cole Ogden. A great battle for night between 17-year-old Connor Mewborn and Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain. And rounding out the top 10 is Bubba Jones in car number 21. Scuba Jones in car number 21. Just outside the X car, Stephen Harris, 35S of JT Turner. As the field giving each other room right now, racing with much respect around the Arclatech Speedway. With 8 laps scored, 12 laps to go, this time by the line. So Graham not able to get completely out of the crosshairs of Scotty Case, as the first caution flag of this main event comes out on the speedway for Royce Jones out of Troop, Texas in the 00 car, who comes up limp at the middle of turns 3 and 4. So 8 laps are scored, 12 laps remain of this USRA factory stock main event here tonight at Arklatex. Trouble Sean Graham out front with the race lead. He has led every single circuit to this juncture. They'll try to hold him off for 12 more circuits as Scotty Case has held him pretty respectable here. We'll see what happens. We're back underway off the exit of 4. A little bit of slight kiss of contact that time with Vosbury and Neil Kemp. And Kemp gets his pocket picked by the youngster. Look at this. They're 3 wide outside of the top 5 from about 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 13th. Hard to count positions there when they're that far out, spread out. But Graham continues to lead as Joshua Martin got by the 27 a case on this restart. Martin trying to hit his marks in that outlaw chassis. Here comes Neil Kemp screaming up top once more. Trying to flank the outside of the 00 of Vosbury as Neil Kemp way up top where Grandpa keeps the good bourbon that time. Leaving nothing on the table is the Arkansas racer Neil Kemp. The former $10,000 winner of the King of the Boot Hill at the Boot Hill Speedway. Neil Kemp is the exit corner number 4 this time down the front straightaway. He'll put the 00 back to the 5th spot and get back what he lost on the restart. 9 laps to go this time by here at Arklatex. Sean Graham has kept about a 1.5 car length advantage during these lengthier green flag runs, and right now he continues to hit his marks in that Dominator Racing chassis. Dominator chassis kicking off the win for Sean Graham down at the Thunder Valley Speedway in Glenmore, Louisiana. And Neil Kemp sparing no expense. He's throwing all caution to the wind. If he hits it just right, he can pick up much slack here. And he'll pull up to the tail tank of the number 27 of Scotty Case here for 3rd off the 4. And here comes Neil Kemp. Kemp screaming her up top. Graham still easy does it. Right around the lane that Chris Hennigan rode to victory just a moment ago in the USRA American Racer Modified Series main event. Off of 4. Kemp about to get his momentum picked here by the 27 of Case. Case gives him a little bit of breathing room on the outside. So Kemp undoubtedly right now the show as he's trying to give her everything she's got. We just had one lose a power plant. We got fluid down the front boulevard. That's Dakota Wyatt. Unfortunately for Dakota Wyatt, the Provençal, Louisiana racer in 15X. Well, Neil Kemp just left the racetrack in Club 20. Unfortunately, he was putting on the best show out there, tippy-toeing around the outside lane of the Arklatex Speedway, using all the real estate to his advantage. Well, unfortunately, he'll hit pit side into the Club 20 car. So it continues to be Sean Graham with 6 laps to go. He's led 14 laps flawlessly right around the bottom of the racetrack as the 88M and J27 of Case and Martin have swap position several times on each of those last couple of restarts. But everyone chasing the tail tank of the number XXX of Sean Graham. Bubba Jones inside of the top 5 now out of a B main tonight. So Jones out of a B main, Ipps inside of the top 5 in B21. Outside of him, the number 5 of Brandon Brown and the 5-0 for Cole Ogden tonight. Pork Chop, Kenneth Chamberlain in 70. Lights are out. 6 laps to go in your USRA factory stock feature event here in Vivian, Louisiana. And Martin time that got a nice jump on that restart, but it won't pay a factor for him as Graham holds him off and sends her full throat down into turns 1 and 2. Bubba Jones going to take the Neil Kemp line now. He ain't scared to test the waters upstairs. And Bubba Jones continues to send it full throat on the top ropes of the racetrack. Bubba Jones with both hands and both feet up on the steering wheel right now. And he's got to run off the exit of 2. Hello, David Vosbury. How you doing? Keep it moving. Into turn number 3. Jones upstairs. Just can't quite find enough muster because Scotty Case is relegating his advances. And now Stephen Harris, the 24/7 of Hurst around. But they'll keep her strolling and rolling. No harm, no foul. And we'll stay under the green flag. 3 laps to go this time by for the Shreveport, Louisiana racer Sean Graham at Triple X. Sean Graham trying to hold him off for 2 more trips around. We'll head down into 1 and 2 this time and down the back straightaway. Jones still giving it hell on the top ropes of the racetrack. Vosbury smooth as butter right around on his inside. The white flag coming out this time by for Sean Graham. Contact with Brandon Brown and Bubba Jones that time at the line of the white flag lap. Final trip down the back straightaway. After a dominant heat race performance tonight from 7th to the win, he'll leave no doubt on the table the baddest USRA factory stock in town. Sean Graham to victory lane. Love y'all too. Well, he earned every single lap of that 20-lap victory tonight after that dominant heat race performance earlier tonight. He'll be fired up after this one after a couple seconds after his win at Thunder Valley to kick off the year with the Doherty Smith. How about a hand for trouble Sean Graham from Shreveport, Louisiana and Triple X. And you said it last week after coming home second and came home second the week before. You said, man, I got to get back to the shop and go to work. And that's exactly what you did, my friend. This car was a rocket ship from the drop of the green in that heat race. And, man, that set you up for a victory tonight, man. You led all 20.
Yeah, I worked a bunch and had a bunch of help, a bunch of calls, trying to find a little bit more than what we had. And I'm not real sure if we found it or not, but I thought we was pretty good around the bottom. So thanks for the great racetrack, Rollo. This is going to be a really good thing. And thank all you people for coming. We appreciate each and every one of y'all.
How excited are you about this Dominator race car, going forward? I mean, it's you've kind of always done your own thing. You got a lot of outlaws out here, but I've always said Sean Graham's kind of the outlaw of the factory stock class. You've always done your thing, and, boy, you're a tough customer.
Yeah, at some point, most of it ended up being no time. My graphic business is busy and life is busy. And I just didn't have time to build me a car, and Josh and them built me one hell of a race car. And I know I've started out stuff strong in years past, not this strong. This is consistent top, 3 car every week. So look forward to the Lone Star tomorrow. Hope all y'all come out there and watch.
Kick off the year with the Doherty Smith Memorial win down at Thunder Valley. You got the victory on grand opening night here at Arklatex, and I know you'll feel good about it going forward. Let's hear about all the great folks to help you out in this race car.
Oh, man, everybody. If Swanner, if you're watching, I wore your sweatshirt today. I finally got it after 3 years of asking. WCH Race Engines, TCC Carburetors, Michael easily killed the body on this deal. Dirt Defender, Mobag Shocks, Chris White for sure. 2B Construction, the Parker Lee Project, all my customers at Hitman Designs, Bulletproof Tees, WW Timber, Pro One Transmissions. Come on, we're gonna forget somebody. JRP for sure, Jeff Lewis, J&J Jody, and Stevensonville Starters, Dominator Race Cars, my wife, my son, and Mike Hurst for sure for helping like all the time when I don't have time to work on it. Benjamin helping me, Summer Grove Auto Care, All Pro Clutch and Drive, and it takes a lot of people to make these cars go fast and go roundy round, and I got a bunch of good ones.
You're a pretty good hand behind the wheel. You got a damn good looking car, but you got really sharp at putting these race cars out too for a lot of your customers, man. You're doing a hell of a job with that as well. Best of luck to you going forward in every regard.
Thank you, brother. Glad to have you back.
Yep. There he is, folks, out of Shreveport. Trouble Sean Graham. Get your factory stock victory tonight, folks. Really? Rapid Roy, Aaron Roy from the pole in the Texarkana Emergency Center, number 35 to the green flag. We're underway in your limited modified main event. Uncle Ricky Ingalls, a pair of heavyweights on the front row of this one. And the number 36 of Colby Mewborn, the 3C of Colby Collins, the 7C of Colby Williams, and Connor Williams. As we roll into 3 and off of 4 this time, Uncle Ricky leads lap number 1 here at Arklatex tonight. So we work into turn number 3. The best battle on the racetrack early is Grigsby just got around the 3C of Collins. Now working on Williams as they exit corner number 4 down the front straightaway into 1. Ricky Ingalls leading as the yellow flag waves for the first time with 2 laps scored. So that Lucas Oil American Sprint Car Series feature event tonight at the Devil's Bowl Speedway in Mesquite, Texas. Seth Bergman out of Snohomish, Washington, scored the victory tonight over Sam Haferty Jr. and Tony Bruce Jr., Wayne Johnson, Scott Baguki. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Ready to go back and away with the Twin City Towing IRP race car of Ricky Ingalls out front. Ingalls trying to show up and show out in that sharp new number 81 car. Rapid Roy, Aaron Roy, Connor Mewborn. Tell you what, Connor Mewborn is a consistent threat everywhere he goes. Any given Saturday night, you'll find that 36 car consistently inside of the top 5. More so the top 3. As he sits third, we're backing away. Yeah, I said Connor. I asked Chris Green here to my left. I say Connor, and I know it's Colby. So, yeah, Colby Mewborn rolls his way to second. Hello and goodbye to you, Aaron Roy. Aaron Roy relegated. Now he'll set his sights on the 81 of Ingalls. I'll tell you what, if Colby Mewborn can get up here and wrestle the lead away from the 81 of Ingalls, boy, he is really, I mean, I've been saying it for over a year now that he has really turned the corner. He might be better than Brian Mewborn ever was. I don't know. That's not a shot at you, Brian. I love you. But here comes the Marshall missile. He's screeching to the outside of the number 7 of Williams. Derek Grigsby's got her wound up top in 69. They'll continue to roll down the front straightaway in the number 1. Derek Grigsby, all eyes on him, all eyes on 36, about a half a straightaway up in front. Colby Mewborn, as your race leader, continues to be the Longview Texan Ricky Ingalls. Age ain't nothing but a number, baby. I say it each and every time he's on the racetrack. He might as well be 24 years old and not 63 years old, because age ain't nothing but a number, baby. Down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Colby Mewborn right now racing tooth and nail with his 67 Speedway weekly counterpart, Aaron Roy. The 8-time track champion at 67 in Mandeville and the reigning Boot Hill Speedway Limited Modified Track champion, Colby Mewborn, going at it tonight. So Ricky Ingalls is beginning to stretch it out. He can do no wrong out front and clean air. That car is set up and dialed up on KILL, on kill. Now, as we look back a few spots, the number 2 of Adam Roy, the younger of the 2 brothers, Aaron rides in third, flanked down to the inside of the number 36 with Colby Mewborn in second. But Adam has got smoke coming out from underneath the number 2 car. We'll keep our eyes on it and see if it develops or becomes more of an issue. Grigsby has to get down to the low side of the racetrack. Ricky Ingalls continues to lead. Everybody right around the hub of the racetrack now. One more main event to come following this one. It'll be your front-wheel drive 4 cylinders, and it'll wrap up tonight's racing action here at the land of the 3 wide. We'll be working on the racetrack. We did get a lot of Mother Nature. This racetrack was overly saturated. I was out here every single day this week, and we had a lot of extra moisture to the racetrack. And you know, Gene said that last night, you know, over his many years of experience prepping this racetrack, we could have had 2 really bad racetracks and 2 nights of action, or he could have tried to salvage it and had 1 good night. Well, we'll take what we got, and we'll get what we get. We won't throw a fit about it right now, as Colby Mewborn's prevailed over that battle that he had for quite a few laps on that restart with the 35 of Roy. With 5 laps to go this time by for Ricky Ingalls, he has gone with the win. As Ricky Ingalls in the turns 1 and 2, the former $5,000 Battle of the Boot Hill winner at the Boot Hill Speedway. As Ricky Ingalls about to reach the tail end of lap traffic, this race may conclude before he gets there. As Troy Keith, the final car, on the lead lap here in car number 11. As Keith will probably tell you that he has got a little bit of work to do, as that smoke starting to billow out of the hood of the 2 car of Roy a little bit more persistently here. As Derek Grigsby's decided to step to the outside of him, probably got tired of eating that smoke right there in the face mask. As Grigsby getting the 69 True Love Law Firm, Marshall Lubin number 69 ironed out, pitches it down to the bottom in 3 and 4, tries to pitch down the 2 of Roy and keep the momentum wound up in the number 69. 1.5 laps to go for Ingalls. White flag out for Ricky Ingalls. Final time down the back straightaway. A nice, healthy advantage for the car number 81 out of Longview, Texas. The driver of the Shipley Motorsports powered IRP chassis, RKT operating Number 81, Ricky Ingles wins night number 1 at Arklatex for 2022. Well, getting ready to climb out of the Twin City Towing IRP race car Shipley Motorsports power number 81. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Longview, Texas racer Ricky Ingles in victory lane at Arklatex. First night out in this new IRP race car for Ricky Ingles. Boy, this thing was a rocket ship. It seemed like you could do no wrong out there. He said it's an older car, but man, new setup. Well, let's step over here for the camera there. But man, this thing was on point all night long. I mean, you could do no wrong. It seemed like.
It was good. I mean, we didn't change nothing after we got here. This is something I kind of dreamed up over the winter and thought, well, this would be a good place to try it. Been working on it a few weeks, sitting at the house piddling with it, and man, I'm surprised it worked as good as it did.
You've been a consistent threat in this class, week in and week out, any given track you go to. When you think up one of these deals, do you want to not get too far off the base on what's been good for you in the past, or you kind of, is it not too scared to go out there and try something new?
Well, this is way out there. That's all I'm going to say.
It's way out there. Let's hear all the great folks to help you out, Ricky.
Oh, and I want to thank Lane Smith at 1-3 Design. He did an excellent job designing this graphics for this car, and I really appreciate every bit of it. Of course, Jason Ingles, IRP, I wouldn't be racing without him. Joe Best, Twin City Towing, he's just the best there is. He does so much for me, it's unbelievable. And has my car, my factory stock and everything, it's so good. And JCT Auto Sales, RKT, and Shipley Motorsports builds a heck of a motor.
Don't give anybody those setup sheets.
No, we won't. You know how I am about that.
Absolutely. Hey, good to see you down here in Victor Lane. Outstanding run tonight. Congratulations to you, Ricky.
Okay, thank you. Thank y'all.
Thank you as well, race fans. For the few of you folks that are left in the house, y'all please give a round of applause to Ricky Ingles, tonight's limited modified feature race winner. One final race to come. It'll be your 4 cylinders. The front wheel drive is about to roll over the top of 4. And that'll be a wrap on tonight's action here at Arklatex. front-wheel drive four-cylinder main event on the racetrack. The 88 out of Houghton, Louisiana is going to be Danny Bryant starting on the pole position in this one. Ben McDuff in F5. This should be a good one, going 12 laps in distance for your four-cylinder main event tonight here in Vivian. Luke DuPont and Jack DuPont in row number 2. J.C. Stewart, Mitch Durham. The lights are out. Morgan Powell in this one. They're underway as they hustle down the boulevard into 1. They'll get off in there, door to door for second, down the back straightaway as they head off into turn number 3. One going to the top of turns 1 and 2. That's going to be J.C. Stewart. And we'll see if he elects to keep the green flag out here. Danny Bryant leads lap 1 in your final race of the night here at Arklatex. Executing quarter number 2 flawlessly as he's done all night long. Danny Bryant out front with a race lead in 88. Good race shaping up here is Jack DuPont. Jack DuPont looking to hunt down Danny Bryant for the top spot right now. And he's keeping it within his crosshairs as they roll into turn number 3. 7 laps to go the next time by. Never know, this very well just may be the best race of the night. To finish him off their door for the race lead off the exit of quarter number 2 down the back straightaway. Danny Bryant feeling the pressure. He knows he's there now. They're trying to cross him underneath here off the exit of 4. Bryant trying to change line with him. He'll show him a little bit of pressure here off of 4, but DuPont takes the lead. Jack DuPont, but here comes Danny B. Lap traffic out in front, and baby down the back straightaway. 3 wide through lap traffic. A cat and mouse game. Exchange of lines, and Danny Bryant giving it absolute hell, as well as DuPont. A good 4-cylinder main event tonight. What more do you want? Heading down the back straightaway into turn number 3 with 4 to go the next time by. Look out, splitting the lap traffic into turns 1 and 2. Heading off of turn number 2, down the back straightaway, 3 laps to go the next time by. Danny Bryant holding off all comers, or holding off everything being thrown at him by the 06 of Jack DuPont. Always earned, never given her any of these victories. Really in any given class, on any given night, at any track in the country. These 4-cylinder competitors are going at it with 2 to go. We could be setting ourselves up for a photo finish. Off of 4 down the front straightaway. A very clean and respectful race with lots of sportsmanship being shown here. A little bit of a bump, a little bit of rub here and there, but nonetheless they have swapped lines and have given each other much real estate as the white flag will be coming out this time by in your final race of the night here for the front-wheel drives at Arklatex Speedway. That time at the line, it was going to be Danny Bryant. They know what's at stake. Everything on the line here for the final time. A nice drop through 1 and 2 for DuPont. He gets a nose up. That outside line momentum works for Bryant. A photo finish is coming at you. You know it's coming. Final time. Bryant drives it all the way back to border lane. Off of 4, drag racing to the line, and Jack DuPont steals it on the final lap. And a great one tonight for the 4-cylinders. And for the folks that hung out and waited till the final whistle, you got your money's worth tonight. That was the best finish of the night. That was a fantastic race and a fantastic finish. These guys waged war for the entire distance of this one. Jack DuPont's been off to a hot start this 2022 season. He earned every lap of that one. For all the few folks that are left in the house, how about a hand for Jack DuPont in car number 06? Old Cadillac Jack. Jack, that was the best finish, the best race of the night, I'd have to say. 4 cylinders laying it all on the line. It's a shame you guys didn't get the race in front of a bigger crowd. Let's go over here for these last few moments here. I tell you what, man, you and Danny Bryant laid it all on the line. I mean, you guys were showing each other respect, and, I mean, that's what it's all about. I had to get the blood going.
Yes, sir. I was very nervous. I didn't think I was going to beat this race, but they really encouraged me to. I didn't think I was going to win, but I did, so.
But you did. I mean, in a race with a guy like him, I mean, he's been winning, you know, quite a few races. But, hey, you're off to a quick start in this 2022 season for you as well. I mean, this puts your name right up in there, you know, one of the toughest customers in this class.
Yes, sir.
How's that feel? It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah. Awesome. I was excited.
That had to have been, was that your probably funnest race yet?
I was nervous.
I think you're still a little bit nervous.
I'm shaking, and my mouth is dry.
Man, that was a fantastic race. I appreciate the great show you guys put on, and I know Danny will probably shake after that one. That's what it's all about, my friend. Let's hear about anybody that helped you out.
I want to thank my uncle, DuPont Auto Service. I want to thank Tomcats Transmission, Thompson Motorsports, Golf Cart Palace, and I think that's it.
Congratulations. Outstanding race.
Thank you.
Thanks, 4-cylinder winner Jack DuPont. Hey, folks, for the few folks that are headed out, we thank y'all so much. For many years, on behalf of the Border family, ran and operated this racetrack for so many years. On behalf of Jill Shannon, Mr. Terry Davis over there, and the in the pit booth. On behalf of Marla Green up here in the stands, behalf of Michael Jackson behind the lens for Racing Dirt TV here tonight. I'm Zach Clark with Race On Texas. On behalf of Wyatt Williams in the flag stand tonight, and all of our sponsors, scorers, ticket workers, everybody you came in contact with here at the racetrack. It's always a pleasure to bring you the best racing around the Arklatex. So on behalf of Rollo Pilkington, we thank you so much for choosing Arklatex Speedway tonight as your official racing destination. Everybody come back and see us next event. Everyone be blessed and be a blessing. Be safe driving home. We'll see you next time.